Hello and welcome to the much promised ranking every Kingsguard video. You know how long this has taken me because you can look at the time stamp on the bottom, see how long it took. I don't know yet. I'm going to find out. It'll be fun. As you can see, I have a ranking here. I have all of the numbers. We have 103 Kingsguard in total. You can see them on the right here. It's not technically every Kingsguard, because if you look on the wiki, there's a bunch of Kingsguard who you don't have like an actual name for. It's just like there was a Kingsguard at this time. There's like 2 people who died in Dawn with Daeron the First. There's a bunch of people that Nimble Dick Crab mentions just by surname. And I haven't included those. I could have made it a nice round 100 because there's like 3 who probably shouldn't count, but I included them anyway. But I didn't make it a nice round 100 because that would be too easy. So yes, this video is going to take a long time. I recommend that you don't watch it in one sitting. I'm also going to have to. I don't think OBS, which I'm using to record this, will handle however long this ends up being, so I might have to split it. So there might be some ad breaks in this one. I know I'm very much against them, but to obviously just to help with the editing, not my greedy desire to milk you all for cash. But yes, with that, I think, why not we get started? Actually, let's drag this out even longer as possible. As you can see, I've got this thing. I've got the Kingsguard list. I've got the king that they served, or kings, and I've got an art credit column as well. That's just the kings one is mainly to help me remember, because there's 103 names here, and loads of them have the same name. There's like 7 Darklyns, 5.5. There's 2 other Darklyns who we don't know about, so I didn't include them. But yeah. With that all out the way then, shall we get started with the worst ever Kingsguard? Let's zoom in a bit. Yeah, that looks about right. I'm using the great technology of this giant white block, which I can move around. And you can see there emerging 103rd out of 103 on the Kingsguard ranking. It is, of course, Mervyn Flowers. Mervyn Flowers, who served Aegon III. You can see the next person sort of clipping through there. You'll also notice from the picture that this doesn't look a lot like a Kingsguard knight. There aren't pictures for most of these, so I've done what I can. And this picture is of Mervyn Peake, who is an author, and that is an explicit reference, apparently, that Gurm made, because this is Mervyn Flowers, the bastard son of Unwin Peake. Mervyn Flowers becomes a Kingsguard sort of early on in Aegon III's reign. Aegon III wants some other people who are on this. Those are the 2 who technically we don't really need to talk about, but I've included anyway, because Aegon III appoints them, and then Unwin Peake gets rid of them and replaces them with Mervyn Flowers and one other guy. And Mervyn Flowers, it's interesting because the bit in Fire and Blood about him, it's basically making the case that he isn't the worst Kingsguard ever. It's saying, yeah, he's a bit of a drunk. Yeah, he's a bit of a, he sleeps around too much for a Kingsguard. Sure, he's a bastard. No one likes bastards. But, he's not like a, sadistic torturer monster. Mushroom drinks with him, apparently, so he must be good. But there's a couple of things, that make me put him at 103rd. One is that he was almost certainly involved in the death of Princess Jaehaera, Aegon III's betrothed, who's like, I don't know, a child at this point. And Fire and Blood says, they don't think he would have actually thrown her out of a window to die on some spikes. Oh, he's too nice of a bloke for that. He would have just smothered her with a pillow. So, great guy. But he was perfectly willing to step aside and let someone else do it. Which, morally speaking, I think is basically the same as throwing her out yourself. So he doesn't win any points for that. And the second thing is that he's involved in the coup to overthrow Aegon III. So, which is pretty bad. We don't know much about his involvement, but we do know that when he sees Marston Waters, who of course goes back on the coup and realises it's all going horribly wrong, Mervyn Flowers kills him, or at least stabs him, and then he gets taken to Grand Maester Munkin, who then conveniently finds that he's dead. So, Mervyn Flowers, he's involved in this coup. He then tries to make a run for it, kills a bunch of people on the way out, ends up getting captured anyway and killed. So, involved in the death of a child who is also the queen-to-be, involved in a failed coup, killing one of your own sworn brothers, also just being generally a horrible person. Not like a bad person generally, but that's sort of like masking an even worse person. So yeah, I'm pretty confident with 103rd. I did want to find a picture of Mervyn King, the Bank of England guy, but then I remembered that there's a better option for Mervyn Peake. So yeah, don't know how long that took, but I multiplied that by 103, and yeah. Well, not really. We won't have much to say about a lot of these. Mervyn Flowers is more interesting than most. Speaking of which, 102, Giles Greycloak. Again, no picture I could find of Giles Greycloak, so here he is. This is now the official canon picture. And Giles Greycloak is one of the ones who is mentioned in, I think it's Jaime 2 of Feast for Crows, maybe, or Jaime 4. It's where he's talking to Loras Tyrell, and he's reading the white book that has all of the Kingsguard historical stuff in it. And Jaime sort of lists a bunch of different Kingsguard. He says all these really great ones who are annoyingly high up this ranking because the only information we have is that apparently everyone thinks they're great. And that's all the information we have about them. But one of the ones who people don't think is great is Giles Greycloak. Jaime asks Loras if he's heard of him, and Loras says, yes, he was a traitor. What are you implying? Are you saying I'm a traitor? And of course you are, Loras. You backed Renly, but whatever. So yeah, Giles Greycloak, the only thing we know about him is he's a traitor. And he had a grey cloak, presumably. Or maybe that's sort of metaphorical because, the white cloak of the Kingsguard, and he's sort of staining it, as Aris Oakheart often thinks about being a soiled knight and all this. So his white cloak's gone grey. He obviously put it in the wash with like a Night's Watch cloak or something. So yeah, I mean, beyond that, you could theorize for hours about what the grey cloak means. Maybe he was, maybe he joined the Night's Watch, so he swapped his white cloak for a black cloak, and they did actually get mixed up in the wash. Maybe it's sort of a moral grey area type thing. Like, sure, he was a traitor, but he did it for some understandable reason. Who knows? But I suppose, and this is something I should have said at the start, but I don't plan these very much. So, this whole thing will massively depend on what you think of as the important thing when it comes to Kingsguard. And as I should have said, yeah, I'm ranking them based on a bunch of different things. So, one is like how well they serve their king. Another is how good they are at fighting, just sort of in a hand-to-hand combat type way. Another is how good they are at sort of leading armies, if they ever have to do that. Another is how well they uphold aspects of the Kingsguard oath, like not having children, not having lands, sort of being loyal to the king and the king only. But one of the most important things for me is the sort of upholding the sort of moral fortitude of the Kingsguard. They have to protect the innocent. They have to always be very selfless, and they always have to be looking out for the little guy. That kind of embodiment of knightly virtue. And so Giles Greycloak being a traitor, maybe he betrayed Aegon the Fourth, or maybe he betrayed, I don't know, someone else, Aegon the Second, who knows? I mean, probably not, because we know most of those. But, all we have is he's a traitor. That's pretty bad. He's 102nd. And the other thing I'll say about their sort of what you find most important when you're ranking them, that will differ. You might think, or you might personally think that the most important thing about a Kingsguard is that they are actually good at fighting, or that they, protect their king even if that king is wrong. And those are perfectly valid opinions. This is just mine. But that will mean that there's lots of people who I put in a certain place on this list that you would think you would put completely the other end. Probably not either of these two, but we'll get to them. 101st, then, is Raymond Mallory. And you know what? So for some of these, I'm going to do multiple ones at a time, and we're going to lift up again to reveal Orville Bracken. These are both Maegor the Cruel guys. This is, I couldn't, as you might imagine, find any images for them. This is Mallory from Spiderwick Chronicles, and that's Ollie from the show, who is kind of relevant because both of these people do go to the Night's Watch, and then betray their Lord Commander. So, is Ollie Oliver Bracken? New theory? Who knows? But yeah, these are both Maegor the Cruel guys, and it's weird because another thing that I'll use in ranking these is which king were they serving? If you're serving Maegor the Cruel and I don't know anything about you, I'm probably going to rank you lower than someone who serves Jaehaerys the First, who I don't know anything about. And these are the guys who betrayed Maegor the Cruel. They went over to Jaehaerys, and yet they're the lowest of his Kingsguard. And that's because they go over to Jaehaerys. Sure, they do it at the last possible minute, pretty much. I mean, not the last possible minute, but it's pretty late on in the day. And it's pretty obvious that they're probably just doing it because he's going to win. And then Jaehaerys sends them to the wall, which is kind of telling, isn't it? I mean, in other situations where Kingsguard have swapped sides, like Barristan Selmy or Jaime Lannister. Oh, well, Jaime Lannister, Barristan Selmy doesn't swap sides. But then they're kept on. And Jaime Lannister is a particularly interesting case. Like, Robert keeps him on, probably more for the political reasons, I guess. But also, he presumably thinks Jaime isn't going to stab him in the back. Whereas Jaehaerys maybe can't say the same about these two. And he's proven right, kind of, because they then rebel. They are given castles to command at the Night's Watch, and they raise up armies and rebel against the realm, which I don't know why. I mean, it must show that they're very stupid, because I don't know why they thought that would work, or what the ideal outcome there was. I don't know what their end goal was, but whatever it is, they don't get it. They both die. I've ranked Raymond Mallory lower because so they rise up, they rebel. Oliver Bracken, the army that he's commanding gets defeated and he gets executed. And Raymond Mallory flees north of the wall. And so it's kind of saying, which is worse for a Kingsguard? Losing a battle that you're in command of, or running away? And I think running away is worse, so I put Raymond Mallory second, 101st. Even though, he lives longer. But then he gets apparently eaten by wildlings, so he gets his just desserts. And he gets one of Lord Alaric Stark, maybe, one of the Starks. He gets them killed because they go after him and then get eaten by wildlings or something. I don't know. Killed by giants, who knows. But yeah, they're pretty bad. And we're going to see some other Maegor the Cruel people soon. Will this be one of them? Let's see. It is not. It's the first modern Kingsguard. Oh, we're accidentally revealing some people there. It's Boros Blount. The art by Henning Ludvigsen. So Boros Blount is pretty terrible. I think it's interesting with the modern Kingsguard because we kind of have the idea that they're all a bit rubbish. And they're not, really. I think they aren't great, certainly. But if you think of the various people who've served, Robert Baratheon, Joffrey and Tommen, like, most of them are fairly decent fighters, at least. Competent. Boros Blount is not competent. He's old, he's slow. Or is that Meryn Trant? I don't know. But he's definitely not great. And it's not helped by the fact that he gives up Tommen that one time. He is escorting Tommen to Rosby, and of course this is a key feature of my Giles Rosby theory. But even if he knows that, I mean, and I guess if that theory was true, which it isn't, obviously, because it's insane, then Boros Blount would probably be better, because he would know that it wasn't the real Tommen that he was escorting. But in the story as presented, where it is the real Tommen and Boros Blount thinks it's the real Tommen, and then he just gives him up, even though he's the heir to the throne and the king's brother, just to save his skin. And to be fair, you might say, well, he was probably outnumbered. There was probably no point in fighting and dying. But that's not the Kingsguard way, is it? You don't just give up because the odds are against you. You have to fight. And then he gets brought back in, and now he's a food taster, and he's getting fat and sick and ill. Yeah, I mean, Boros Blount, he's pretty rubbish. He's probably one of the worst fighters on this list at the moment in the current story. If you were picking your 7 who you wanted to just fight for you in a battle of some kind, Boros Blount would probably be one of the last ones, along with like all the extremely old ones who are just decrepit and about to die. So yeah, it's not great. Number 98, Owen Bush, another Maegor the Cruel guy, possibly a member of the Bush dynasty, we'll never know. Or is it dynasty? And he is possibly the worst Maegor the Cruel person in a sort of general moral sense, because he's the one who cuts out Cerys Hightower's tongue and ends up killing her. He's found dead outside a brothel with his weapon of mass destruction stuck in his mouth. So, there's a lot of, and that's one interesting thing, because how much you really care about them sticking to that particular vow of not taking wives or sleeping around. I don't really care about that much. It doesn't really matter compared to the other ones. But still, if they go against it, it's not great. And I'm pretty sure Boros Blount does as well. Yeah, he does, I think. He visits brothels. And so does Mervyn Flowers. So, it all counts against them a little bit, but not massively. But yeah, Owen Bush's main one is just, cutting out the Queen's tongue and then killing her. It's not great, is it? I mean, it's pretty bad. He also serves Maegor, and unlike any of the other Kingsguard, there's no suspicion that he could have been involved in Maegor's death or in betraying Maegor. So, that helps the others a little bit, doesn't help him. 97. I could have done this one at the same time. It's Maldon Moore. I couldn't find a picture for him either, so I put a shrew, because he says Cerys died of shrewishness, the least pronounceable word in the English language. Maldon Moore he's a little bit better than Owen Bush, I guess, because he might have killed Maegor the Cruel, but almost probably not. I don't think he did. And then he doesn't kill Cerys Hightower. He just sort of holds her down. This is very limited. When this is the kind of thing that is your mitigating circumstances, your plea for the defense, it's not looking good. And I guess also that shrewishness, I should try and avoid saying it because I just cannot say it. The shrewishness line is, it speaks to not a particularly good view of the world. The idea that people can die just because they deserve to die just because they said something mean about the king, and also the term shrewishness. It's not a very I doubt it's PC, which the Kingsguard, they're supposed to be very nice and honourable and all this. I just don't like Mandon Moore. Just don't like him, which I think is fair enough. Number 96. Now, there's an interesting one. We've also got someone's hair coming down from that frame, but ignore that. This is Joffrey Staunton. There's no image of Joffrey Staunton, you will be unsurprised to learn. But I did find this from findagrave.com, my favourite new website. I don't know why you want to find a grave, but I'm not going to ask. But this is an actual person called Joffrey Staunton, spelt the normal way, like Geoffrey, rather than Joffrey. So yeah, maybe this is who Joffrey Staunton is based on, a medieval knight from the 1200s or something. But yeah, so Joffrey Staunton, you probably haven't heard of, even if you're an obsessive A Song of Ice and Fire mentaler like me, because he's only really mentioned once in A World of Ice and Fire. He's a Kingsguard knight during Aegon III's reign, as there's about 1 million of them, and he's wandering around with Aegon IV, the future Aegon IV, at one point, and then they find, like, I don't know, a woman, as you do, and Aegon IV is like, I think it's like they go to someone's house and they find a bloke and his wife, and Aegon IV is like, "Oh, I like your wife, mate," and Joffrey Staunton says, "Better do as he says, or, you know, I'll do you in," because he's a Kingsguard knight with a big sword. So yeah, that's not really fitting the Kingsguard policy, is it? I mean, arguably there are Kingsguard who have enabled and backed their king in doing worse things. Looking at you, Aerys II's lot. But mostly we have like other information about them, and this isn't even a king. This is Aegon IV. He's just, at this point, he's like the king's nephew. He's like 4th or 5th in line to the throne. He's not important. And the fact that Joffrey's hanging around with him anyway, I don't know, probably says something bad. So yeah, I mean, there's no redeeming qualities for Joffrey Staunton. The only reason he's not lower is that everyone this low down is pretty awful. But 95, you see someone's hair. This is Terrence Toyne. I don't know where this art came from. There's some things where it might be like AI generated or something. Who knows? But this is one of the only people who we know was on Aegon IV's Kingsguard. Because the sole thing he's known for is sleeping with one of Aegon IV's mistresses. They get found out, and then they both get executed, and that's it. Now, as I said before, the sleeping around thing, it doesn't really bother me as a Kingsguard vow-breaking thing. It's one of the least important ones. It's still not great, though, and especially because, in this instance, it's not just him who gets killed, it's also the mistress, who might be one of the Brackens or something, I can't remember. But yeah, so his stupidity and recklessness not only got him killed, but also someone else, which is bad. And then again, it's also indicative of being a bit of an idiot. I mean, it's Aegon IV, mate. You know, you're not going to really be able to get away with this stuff. So yeah, it's just being a bit stupid, and that stupidity getting other people killed as well as you. Yeah. Not much more to say about Terrence Toyne. Maybe this won't take that long, you know? Maybe we've already about, I don't know, nearly a tenth of the way through, and it's only been going for, I don't know, 25 minutes? I don't really have a time of going. But then the Private Eye's favourite one, number 94. It's Orville the Open-handed. This is another one that Jamie mentions to Loras. It's basically the two bad ones he mentions are Giles Greycloak and Orville the Open-handed. And Loras says Orville the Open-handed was a coward. And that's it. We also have his name, again, the Open-handed, which means sort of generous, which is quite nice. You know, there's nothing bad about that. But yeah, cowardice isn't great. So as you saw, I ranked Raymond Mallory, the coward, or I guess the runawayer, below Orville Bracken, the loser. Coward, and Boris Blount is pretty bad because he was a coward. So cowardice is pretty rubbish as a Kingsguard, because if you're a coward, not much else you can really. It kind of defeats the whole point of being a guard. Yeah, not as bad as a traitor, I suppose, because I don't know, but still pretty bad. And the open-handedness probably gives him a boost, because who doesn't like someone who's open-handed in this world? Number 93, Amaury Peake, as it's pronounced. This is by Urtak Altinoz, taken from his cool battle with Sandok the Shadow. Now, this is another Peake bloke, and I thought he'd be lower. He's a full 10 places above Mervyn Flowers. He's Unwin Peake's, I don't know, actually, brother, maybe? I can't remember. But he's related to Unwin Peake. He's the other one who is added to the Kingsguard when Aegon III wants to appoint 2 other guys, but then he's overruled, and Mervyn Flowers and Amaury Peake gets put in. And so he's obviously working for Unwin Peake. He's in on all of his scheming. He's a big part of the coup attempt. So why is he not like 102nd? Well, because he does. So he's sent to go and pick up Aegon III when Aegon III barricades himself in Maegor's holdfast during the coup. And he brings a bunch of guys with him, and he's saying, like, come out here, we need to, reasons is fine, don't worry about it. And they're not happy. So in the end, Amaury Peake says, go in and get him. The one thing that is to his credit, he says, like, grab them, don't harm the king, that kind of thing. So at least he's not trying to kill the king. Big victory there for the old Kingsguard ranking. And the other thing is that when he goes up and fights Sandok the Shadow, who is this massive Lysini bloke, who's the personal guard of, I don't know, Viserys maybe, or Viserys' wife. This Sandok the Shadow bloke sort of batters all of his men around, and then Amaury Peake kind of holds his own against him for a bit, and keeps fighting even though, he's clearly outmatched. And yeah, the Fire and Blood section says, fair enough, Amaury Peake, good on you for not running away, good on you for staying and fighting, and good on you for actually making a fist of it until you don't and die. So, pretty decent fighter, not actually about to kill his king. It's not great, but it's something. It's something good when none of these other ones really have anything good, apart from maybe Orville the Open-handed being generous. Amaury Peake does have something good. We know he's a good fighter, and we know he's not a coward, which is pretty good. I don't know if you can hear the rain, but it started raining here. Lovely. 92nd, Preston Greenfield. Well, this one you might think this is a little harsh. This image is by Jason Engel. This is our second modern guy, right, after Boris Blount. And he's one of the least sort of impactful guys. Because all he does is just hang around for a bit and then die in the riot at King's Landing. Oh, I completely forgot to say, by the way, massive spoilers. I don't know why I thought of it here, because it's not like you've only just got around to reading Clash of Kings now, and you're like, oh, you spoiled that Preston Greenfield dies. But yeah, are any of these massive spoilers? I guess the Aegon III ones. I haven't really mentioned Aegon II or Rhaenyra yet. That's the main one. But so I won't spoil that, and then Hedge Knight, I don't think there's any that are massive spoilers for that, so probably fine. But yeah. Anyway, back to Preston Greenfield. So yeah, he's in the riot of King's Landing. He's just wandering around. He gets pulled off his horse, and his head gets bashed in with some cobblestones, which seems to happen like 1,000,000 times in this series. They should really, I don't know, stick them down more so that people can't just pull them up and bash people's heads in. But yeah, anything else for Preston Greenfield? I suppose he also breaks his, Kingsguard vows. Aris Oakart thinks about how there's like a draper's wife he goes to visit a few times. And there's other things sort of, we don't really know how good he is as a fighter, but he got killed by a bunch of peasants with a stone. It's pretty embarrassing. And this sort of stock of Aerys II, not Aerys II, Joffrey, Robert weirdos are generally pretty rubbish. There's one bit which I suppose factors into Preston Greenfield, Boris Blount, and then the three others, which is that when Barristan gets kicked out, apparently all the Kingsguard laugh at him. So Preston Greenfield was laughing at him. But it's a weird line because when you read like later on, like you think Aris Oakhart was laughing at him. Doesn't feel right. But yeah, I mean the other two are Meryn Trant and Mandon Moore. And Mandon Moore laughing also seems a bit weird because he's more like a sort of, he doesn't seem like he has much of a sense of humour. But yeah, apparently Preston Greenfield laughed at Barristan Selmy, which is a mark down. Yeah, and he got killed by a peasant with a rock. It's pretty embarrassing. Number 91, Simon Crane, and you know what? We will go up to 90 as well. John Tollett. 2 more Maegor the Cruel lot. We've had 6 now. There are 2 left, I think. Yeah. So the only reason why these are ranked a little bit higher is because they were more likely to have killed Maegor than Maladon was, I reckon, and much more likely than these 3. And also, they don't join the Night's Watch Rebellion, probably. I mean, it's not said that they do. And that might be because they're dead, who knows. And that's about it. They're on Maegor's Kingsguard, which is bad. They support him up until the end, which is bad. That's why they're this low. I rank John Tollett above because it's a Tollett at the Kingsguard. Not the Kingsguard, at the Night's Watch. So everyone loves that. And, maybe John Tollett is the ancestor of Dolorous Ed. Maybe he's like an identical great-great-great-great-grandfather or something, which is why I've used that image of Ed from the show. It's unlikely, because I don't think he would keep the name Tollett if he was a bastard, but, why not? That's it. Simon Crane, there's nothing either for or against him. Number 89, Meryn Trant. Honestly, he's done pretty well out of this. Oh, I forgot to mention as well, that as well as laughing at Barristan Selmy, it's a bad thing that I remembered that and not this. All of these 5 are child beaters. They all punch Sansa loads, don't they? Preston Greenfield does, Boris Blount does. And if there's anything that's like, Mervyn Flowers either throwing Jaehaera out of a window or letting someone else do it, it's pretty bad. Punching a child, also not great. And Meryn Trant, we do actually have in the story punching Sansa a bunch. So yeah, that's pretty awful. I initially had him higher, and then I remembered, oh yeah, he does that, doesn't he? And obviously he's being ordered to do it, but that's no excuse. Yeah, I mean, if he's in the show, there's other issues that would probably put him down here, but we have no evidence of that yet in the book. Apart from that, he's competent. He's not an awful fighter. Marjorie, I think, calls him old and slow. I can't remember what she calls Boris. A craven, maybe. But apart from that, I don't think he's actually an awful fighter. I think he's pretty decent. It's just that he's not a decent human being. That's the reason why he's this low. Yeah, I mean, the Kingsguard, I like the Kingsguard as a sort of fixture of the main series, They're just sort of always around, They're always like, there's one, someone's randomly standing around doing something. So I just had a drink. It's nice that they're there. And it should feel like there's more to them. And Meryn Trant, I think he's one of the ones who is in it the most and has the most sort of character development, if you can really call it that, where he, is sort of being mocked by Tyrion and stuff like that, which I don't think necessarily makes him a good or bad Kingsguard, but it's just interesting to have him there. He's more of a character than most of these people. And he will probably have more of a future in terms of character development, seeing as he is on Arya's list and stuff, so that kind of implies there'll be some resolution, even if it's not Arya killing him. He might die some other way. Or maybe he'll live to the end. Who knows? Yeah, Meryn Trant. I mean, you know why it's this low. It's not difficult. Number 88. Raynard Ruskin. Actually, I'm going to pause it here to check that my audio isn't doing that popping thing. Okay, I'm back. I don't think it's doing the popping thing, hopefully. But anyway, Raynard Ruskin. It's actually spelt with a Y. I spelt this wrong. But as you can see, I merged everything. I couldn't be bothered to delete it and then replace it. Also, this image is the only one that came up when I searched for Raynard Ruskin of King Arthur from the Monty Python film. So I don't know why that's what came up, but it did, so here he is. Here's another non-entity, but he's a slightly interesting one because the only real thing that we know about him that happened is that in the attempted coup to overthrow Aegon, he is overwhelmed by Viserys II's wife's guards. I can't remember her name. El Rogare, possibly. So if he's being overwhelmed by those guards, that presumably he is on the other side of the coup, right? Like, he's been ordered to go and capture her, and he's been overwhelmed. Yet, after the coup, he gets appointed Lord Commander of Aegon III's Kingsguard. So I don't know. Is it assumed that he didn't really know what was going on, and he was just following orders, and so that's fine? Maybe that's Aegon III's thinking. I don't know. But either way, it's not brilliant, is it? He's either an idiot or he's in on the coup. And then Aegon III's Kingsguard is pretty questionable. So him being in charge of it is pretty questionable. And yeah, even if, no matter what, he got overwhelmed by a bunch of guards. Not great. You're supposed to be the king of the guards. You're supposed to be the king's guard. And yet you're being beaten up by some regular guards. Not ideal. Raynard. Number 87. Emmon Cuy the Yellow. A member of Renly's Rainbow Guard. The first one, and I think the first Pretender Kingsguard. I didn't mention that, did I? We've got all the Pretender Kingsguard. Now, it's kind of questionable who counts as this, because a big part of them is like the appendix of like Storm of Swords randomly lists a bunch of people as Daenerys' Queensguard, who have at no point in the story ever given that role. So it's very questionable whether they actually count, but I've included them. And yeah, why is Emmon Cuy the worst of Renly's Rainbow Guard? Well, two reasons. He's the one who immediately accuses Catelyn of killing Renly and thinks, oh, it's definitely her, she definitely did it. Look at her, she's a woman. Ugh. Which obviously is wrong. I mean, it's not necessarily outlandish for him to think that, but considering that the alternative is, I don't know, Gov, his throat just was stabbed by a shadow, which, I wouldn't believe if I was a Kingsguard, I'll be honest. I would also blame Catelyn or Brienne as the two people in the room who also were unable to pinpoint someone else other than a shadow. But then, what really seals the deal is that Catelyn hits him with like a lamp or something, and he falls unconscious or something. When you're a Kingsguard and you're being taken out by Catelyn Stark, who is not exactly a top 10 fighter of Westeros, let's just say, that's pretty embarrassing, right? Can we agree that that's pretty embarrassing? And we assume that he must have done something to get picked to be in this Kingsguard at all, but whatever it was, obviously it did not involve a stress test against middle-aged women armed with sort of candlesticks. That's obviously his fatal flaw. And it's a pretty bad fatal flaw to have, considering that it's the one that ends up doing him in. because then Loras shows up and kills him for not stopping Catelyn. Which is one of the slightly odd aspects of the books. You just learn later that Loras just killed 2 guys in a rage, and everyone's kind of fine with it. I don't know. It always struck me as a bit weird, especially as like it's not like something that needed to happen. It does show that Loras is so angry at Renly's death, which is perfectly believable. But then the other people sort of just shrugging their shoulders and saying, "Yeah, it just happens, doesn't it?" Like I can't imagine Emmon Cuy's family and the other guy who dies in this way, I think Robar Royce, their family being like, "Oh yeah, it's fine, who cares? Just happens, doesn't it?" But whatever. That Emmon Cuy, the worst of Renly's Rainbow Guard. Number 86, and you might see this little sort of strange shark fin poking down here. It's the Lord Commander shield. I put it next to all the ones that we know were Lord Commander, although I may have missed some. And this is our first Lord Commander on the list, I think. I don't think we ever know who Maegor's Lord Commander is, but he's probably already been. But yeah, this is Lorent Marbrand, who is in the show. This is actually his face from the show. And why is he so low? Well, he doesn't really do anything that egregious. He becomes Lord Commander after Rhaenyra's first commander dies, as we'll get on to in not too long. Or actually, probably quite a long time. But his main crime, as I see it, is in the counsel he gives, which is something we haven't really seen come up before. It's a sort of strange aspect of the Kingsguard that the Lord Commander is on the seat of the small council. It's not strange, but it's just unusual, I suppose. Most of these Kingsguard aren't going to get judged on how well they advise the king or queen, because they're not really expected to do that. Whereas Lorent Marbrand is, because he's Lord Commander. And the counsel he gives is to get rid of Nettles and Adam Velaryon. Oh, massive spoilers, by the way. But I already said that before, but yeah, definitely for this one. Although Nettles isn't even in the show, so it doesn't really matter. But he counsels to get rid of them because they're bastards, and bastards will betray you. And we don't know why he does this. We don't really know why, whether this is some deep-held opinion, whether he has other reasons. Who knows? But it's bad advice, isn't it? It's horrendous advice. Because it leads to, and this is spoilers, although I don't know how they'll handle this in the show if Nettles isn't in it. I haven't seen the show either, so I have no idea. But yeah, it leads to Nettles leaving, vanishing into the sunset, Daemon going off and 1v1ing on COD, Bro, Aemond, One Eye, and Adam Velaryon having to go and get help from the Green Men for some reason, and then go and do a sort of kamikaze on Tumbleton. And some of those outcomes are not awful. I mean, it gets rid of a bunch of your enemies, but I feel like those people could have been more useful if they'd actually sort of not been ostracized by the crown. And it could have gone way worse as well. Like, Adam Velaryon could have just said, "You know what, you're going to get rid of me? Fine, I'll go and join the other side." Nettles could have said the same thing. And if that had happened, then, Lorent Marbrand's advice would be awful. I mean, he's not the only person giving this advice. There's other people, but still, it's pretty bad. And then the cherry on top is that Lorent Marbrand then goes, during the riots in King's Landing, he, for some reason, I can't remember why, leads a bunch of men into Flea Bottom, just on a jolly jaunt, I guess, and all of them die except for like 16. He takes in 100, 16 make it out. He's not among them. So I can't remember why he did that. That probably wasn't a great strategic decision from old Lorent. So why is he this high? Well, all of these Kingsguard are pretty rubbish. And he does side with Rhaenyra, which is the legal option, I guess. Just got a quick drink. It's the legal. It's the chosen heir. And Rhaenyra obviously likes him. I think she cries when she hears that he's dead. So he's probably a good, loyal knight in most ways, but just bad advisor and also not a great sort of trip planner. trust him to, like, I don't know, tell you where to go in a new city where you're going on holiday, because you'll probably die. Number 85. Ooh, okay. This is potentially a questionable one, and this is okay. Sandor Clegane the Hound. If you're not listening, if you're not watching, which I fully understand. The whole point of this video is to be boring enough for you to fall asleep to. But yeah, Sandor Clegane the Hound is number 85. And this, I think, gets to the heart of what you think is important in a Kingsguard. Because one of the important things is, I don't know, staying by your king's side and not running away, which is pretty bad. Although again, it's not really that's the problem with Sandor Clegane. It's not the worst, it's not the biggest problem I have with him, because of course it's Joffrey. No one likes Joffrey. And it's this one very specific thing, right? It's the fact that there's loads of fire that scares him off. And on top of that, he does do he has some acts of bravery, like rescuing Sansa from the riot and stuff. But the other thing is that Sandor Clegane he doesn't have much knightly virtue. The thing is that it's weird because we kind of think of him as a guy who isn't interested in the appearance of, like, knightly good guy-ing, as it's known. He's not like all the sort of true knights that Sansa thinks about, who, everyone says, oh, they're great knights, but actually they're horrible people. Sandor Clegane spits on that. He says, rubbish. He's not even a knight. He's the only person on this who isn't a knight. Because he thinks it's all fake and rubbish. And it is, in a lot of cases. But then his answer to it is not, I'm going to not be a bad knight. I'm going to be a good, not knight, a good bloke. His answer is, I'm going to be a horrible person anyway and not be a knight. He kills Micah. He kills loads of people. As he says to Arya, he says, I don't care. I'll just kill anyone. I don't care. He kills Beric Dondarrion. He doesn't know he's going to come back to life. He kidnaps Arya. He's, the fact that he's a lot of the time fighting and he's against people who we also don't like the Mountain, like the Tickler and Polliver, like, Joffrey. The fact that he's the enemy of our enemy in a lot of cases means that we're close. We like him a bit more. But yeah, and he's also he's nice to Sansa and stuff. But come on, we know why that is, and it's not a good reason, is it? So yeah, in terms of I think he would probably be happy with his ranking on this. He would want to be dead last. He would say, I don't want... He wouldn't even want to be included. So, yeah. He's obviously a very good fighter. That's the thing. That's the only reason he's this high. If we took that out, he would probably be much lower. But he's obviously one of the best fighters. Here, he defeats the Mountain, kind of. He kills those people in that inn. He's not the worst human being on this list, probably, but he's pretty bad. And I feel like we give him a pass for that, maybe a bit too much. Number 84. Let's see if this is less controversial. Okay, Jorah Mormont. Now, why did I put Jorah Mormont this low? I suppose, again, it's the... So the big thing here is probably just that he's a spy against his queen. And also, this is one of those that's in the appendix as the Queen's Guard. But I don't think he's ever formally appointed as a Queen's Guard. So, whatever. But he spies on his queen for a foreign power, for her enemies, which leads to an assassination attempt, which he does stop, but still, that's pretty bad. That's treachery. He's exiled for treachery. He's another sort of creepy weirdo, like the Hound, like most of these people, which isn't great. He's also a slaver, which might be unique among these Kingsguard. And obviously, he had his reasons. Oh, he just wanted money for his wife. It's all fine. No, it's not fine. He sold people into slavery. It's not great. And in the book, he's also kind of, well, like I said, creepy, weird. He's attracted to a child. Massive nonce. It's not good Kingsguard stuff, Which, and the fact that he's motivated almost purely by that is indicated by the fact that when he hears Daenerys has got married, all the fight goes out of him. I can't remember when that happens, at some point in Dance, which is kind of sort of a bit pathetic, really. It's a bit sad. He's a decent fighter, of course, like Sandor Clegane. I don't think he's as bad a person as Sandor. Though Sandor didn't sell anyone into slavery. But again, I don't think he's as bad a person. But he probably isn't as good as a fighter. So those two things probably balance out, and I've given him the edge just because of those two things. I think being a decent person is more important than fighting. And obviously he's not a decent person, but he's less indecent of a person than the Hound, I would say. Maybe. Difficult one to judge that. Number 83. Can we have a more boring one this time? Oh, not boring, but also not controversial. Lucamore Strong the Lusty. I got this image from a thumbnail of one of the Something to Taco About videos by Something to Taco About. Or however it is. Because I couldn't find many good images anywhere. Despite the fact that it's Lucamore Strong the Lusty. Who wouldn't want to draw a picture of him? And I kind of wanted to put him higher because of that whole thing I have where I don't really care about them breaking their Kingsguard vows in that specific way. But it that much, so it doesn't rank him down that badly. I think the bad thing is that the fact that he sort of affects badly on his the people who he marries. He marries multiple people, has multiple wives. It's kind of a bit, he's a massive. He's not even a 2-timer. He's a 3-timer, which is just sort of morally bad. And then the fact that there's not that much to his name. He's like a big, strong bloke, and he's mentioned a couple of times. He's the one who sort of brings Aeria Targaryen to Grand Maester Bennifer and that lot, Septon Bath. So I guess he may have had a role in saving the world from a fireworm zombie apocalypse. Who knows? But yeah, the main thing we know about him is the main thing we know about him. The only reason he's this high is because I'm not ranking it down more for him. But one thing I did want to mention, and I thought about making a whole video about this, and I might do because I don't think anyone's going to watch this and no one's going to remember it. So maybe I'll make a whole video about it, or have it as a part of a video. So he's strong, obviously. His children, his 3 wives and their children. I think, do his 3 wives get sent to nunneries or something? But his children get sent off to various places. Some of them get sent off to Harrenhal, the home of the Strongs, and they're all given the surname Rivers. And I did the maths, and I think if one of those children was pretty newborn, which a few of them are, and got sent to Harrenhal and was called Rivers, then they would be maybe 60s, late mid-50s to 60s at the time of the Dance of the Dragons. So maybe that's Alice Rivers, because she is said to be 3 times Aemon's age, according to Mushroom, which would be about 60. So maybe Alice Rivers is the daughter of Lucamore Strong. Which doesn't really matter in any way, but I just thought I'd mention it. Maybe I'll include it. I think everyone and their mum has done a video about who is Alice Rivers, and all the best theories have kind of already been said. Like maybe she's Melisandre, maybe she's Old Nan, all the fun ones. But maybe she's Lucamore Strong the Lusty's daughter. Who knows? Number 82, Jonothor Darry. Is this the first Aerys II guy? I think it is. So Jonothor Darry, apparently he's a decent fighter. Jaime calls him a good man at one point. He dies in battle, which is good because it shows he's battling, bad because it shows he's dying. But really the reason why he's this low is because he's a member of Aerys II's Kingsguard, and they all kind of sort of whistle and sort of look around like as if, oh, what's going on here kind of thing, whilst he's doing horrible things. And there's a particular bit where Jaime and him, Jonothor Darry, are guarding the king's bedchamber whilst he's... am I far enough into video? Whilst he's raping Rhaella. And Jaime Lannister eventually plucks up the courage to say, shouldn't we do something? And Jonothor Darry says, no. And Jaime Lannister says, well, we're supposed to protect the Queen as well as the King. Jonothor Darry says, we're supposed to protect the Queen, but not from him. And when you consider Jaime Lannister being sort of the moral paragon of Aerys II's Kingsguard, that's a bad sign. When you're the guy who's on the wrong side of history and Jaime Lannister is on the right side, how wrong must your side of history be, Jonothor Darry? So yeah, that's sort of the main thing. The fact that he's Aerys II's Kingsguard, the fact that he sticks by Aerys II. That's, I mean, again, it depends what you think is most important. If you think that the Kingsguard, by their nature, should always stick by the king, right or wrong, then you'd probably rank him higher. You might even give him a boost for that, because he's sticking by the king even when it's difficult, morally speaking. But I personally think that the Kingsguard, their duty to, be a decent bloke and uphold decentness in general, is more important than guarding the king. Which is kind of strange, but that's what you get when you create an order of knights based on these knightly virtues. You create all these conflicting loyalties, as Jaime and Aerys Oakheart and Barristan all think about a lot. Which is why Jonothor Darry is this low. In 81st place, we have Harrold Langward, the best of Maegor's Kingsguard at the end of his reign. There's one other who dies earlier, who's higher up. Harrold Langward, this art is by Lopata 4. It's pretty good. They've done a bunch. And yeah, he's an old bloke. He serves Maegor the Cruel. The fact that he's old makes you think that he was probably around for Aenys's reign, and maybe even for Aegon's, seeing as that would have only been 10 years ago. And you don't generally appoint people in, I don't know, like the late 50s to the Kingsguard. We don't know how old he is, but he's described as old. And he chooses to go out like a champ with a trial by combat. Well, not a trial by combat. He basically says, yeah, I don't want to go to the wall. I'll fight for it. Yeah, I think he did a trial by combat. And he gets killed quite easily, but, he went out on his own terms. That's pretty good. He probably served Aenys. Or maybe not Aenys, because then why would he have flipped to Maegor, but maybe Aegon. That's about it. But, he's Harrold Langward. He's not great. He's this far down because he served Maegor the Cruel up until the end. Serving a bad king. Sorry, it weighs against you. Number 80. Criston Cole, the Kingmaker. Okay, so I put this was like one of the first ones I had decided that he was going to be this low. And I think this is another one where you could reasonably argue for him being, I don't know, top 20, maybe. Because he's a good fighter, and he's very important as a Kingsguard. He's another one where he is a major player in the story, in a way that not many of these really are, or haven't been so far. I mean, maybe Mervyn Flowers. There's that sort of political stuff going on. But so how to tackle Criston Cole? Because again, with the books, with Fire and Blood, there's not a lot to go on necessarily. There is still a lot more normally with most of these. But things like, for example, his relationship with Rhaenyra, how exactly that went down. You know, the book doesn't actually tell you. It gives you a couple of options. Either she rejected him, or he rejected her, and after that he got really angry and abandoned her, decided someone else. And depending on which one of those you believe in, it would massively sway how good you think he is in that sort of moral sense. Is he sort of horrified by the immorality of Rhaenyra, or is he just sort of angry that he's been rejected? And I suppose, you know, there's no way to know which one it is unless Gurm says, which he might have done. But I guess you just have to. The way I see it is like which of those is more common in your vast experience of the world, dear listener? Is it more common for Criston Cole to be an angry, rejected bloke, or is it more common for him to be angry that someone was trying to come onto him? I don't know. I think one is more likely than the other in general, and it's the one that makes him look bad. So that's the one I believe. And the other thing is that early on in the dance, he does all right. When Aegon appoints him, he captures a few places. You know, he's a decent general. It seems most of these don't have generaling as part of their role, but he does, and he does pretty well at it. Until he doesn't, when he gets sort of picked off by a bunch of guerrillas, sort of swinging from the trees. And then he goes up against... I mean, I've talked about this in the hand ranking video. But yeah, he goes up against some other blokes, and they all get slaughtered. And he does try and sort of save them. I suppose that counts more here than it did in the hand ranking video. The fact that he challenges these 3 blokes to a let's fight for it, me versus you 3. And don't kill my men. That's a very sort of Kingsguard-y thing to say. Which is nice, and that sort of gives him a boost. But then you do have to think that he's the kingmaker. He is the archetypal bad Kingsguard in that way. Barristan thinks about him that way as really bad. Jaime says that he is sort of both the best and the worst, which is interesting. Whereas Barristan is it Barristan? I think Barristan and Aerys Oakhart who think worse of him. Because he does, he betrays Viserys I's will, he betrays Rhaenyra, he sides with Aegon II, who is a pretty bad king by all accounts, and he should know that. He's also he kills that guy, Joffrey, can't remember his surname, Laenor's roommate. Generally, I don't really like him as a person, Criston Cole. He's a traitor, in a lot of ways. And we rank Giles Greycloak pretty low for that. So 80th, it may seem harsh, but I think it's my opinion, and that's fine, and your opinion could be different. 79. Adrien Redfort. Finally a less controversial one, although, to be fair, actually we had a bunch of non-controversial ones. This, I'm amazed at art of Adrien Redfort, and it's by Worship Animation. There's lots of nice art. So Adrien Redfort is one of Rhaenyra's Kingsguard. He is a decent bloke, I guess. We know almost nothing about him. He joins sort of near the end. Oh, I should have mentioned about Lorent. Did I mention about Lorent Marbrand? He appoints 5 of Rhaenyra's Kingsguard. And that kind of... None of them are howlers, none of them are awful, none of them are that great either. This is one of them, Adrien Redfort. So I suppose it shows it's a little boost for Lorent Marbrand that he didn't appoint some stinkers. But yeah. Adrien Redfort is one of them. His only notable contribution is when Rhaenyra gets jumped on Dragonstone, he gets stabbed in the back with a spear and dies. Which is kind of an embarrassing way to go, and it's not necessarily his fault, you know. The other two Kingsguard there acquit themselves slightly better. One of them a lot better, one of them only slightly better. But that's probably just because Adrien Redfort was like the closest to a guy with a spear. So it's not really his fault, but it kind of does count against him. Your one known feat of battle is being stabbed in the back by some random bloke. Not ideal. I suppose that that might be foreshadowing about being stabbed in the back by some random bloke, but we'll get onto that later. Much later. 78. Robin Massey, a Lord Commander. Now you might think, wow, Robin Massey, Lord Commander. He must have been an important bloke. He wasn't. This guy is mainly the reason why I have all these kings here, because there's a bunch of people called Robin. You'll see Robin again. And I could not tell them apart because they're all called Robin. This is the guy who Aegon III appoints to his Kingsguard, and then gets immediately, as Lord Commander, and then gets immediately kicked out and replaced with Mervyn Flowers and Amaury Peake. So he's Kingsguard for about 5 minutes. He is Lord Commander of the Kingsguard for about 5 minutes. And that's it. You know, the thing is, though, he might come back later. You know, when Aegon III gets more power, maybe he will reappoint Robin Massey when Fire and Blood Part 2 comes out in 2273. So he might have more to him. And obviously Aegon III likes him. He wants to not only appoint him as a Kingsguard, but straight up to Lord Commander, which is pretty impressive. Wait a minute. Oh, yeah, why is he this low? Yeah, I remember. He doesn't come back later. Sorry, that's the other guy. The other guy, we don't know what happens to him, but this guy, we do know what happens to him. He gets in an argument with Tessario the Thumb and gets killed by him. Tessario the Thumb being one of Unwin Peake's blokes, one of his fingers, but not actually his fingers, his thumb. And that's, by the way, possibly the guy who killed Jaehaera, Princess Jaehaera, who Mervyn Flowers let in. So, you know, you get killed by him. I guess that's not really a plus or minus. It doesn't really say much. But, yeah, it's not great. Maybe he wouldn't have been good Lord Commander material if he's just getting killed over I can't remember, like a dispute over dice or something. Bit embarrassing. Not great. Number 77. Regis Groves. There's art of Regis Groves. I was expecting there to be no art of any of these people, pretty much, but there's art of Regis Groves by Vaz Dalart, who I steal a lot of art from for my videos, as I do with Worship Animation. And this is another Aegon III one. They're not great, Aegon III's Kingsguard. They're not great. And Regis Groves is best known as the bloke who when sort of in the Regency period early on, the regents hear that, hang on, who's this Alice Rivers person who has taken over Harrenhal? Like, we just left Harrenhal empty for some reason. No one went there. And now Alice Rivers has taken it. And she's got her son, who she's proclaiming to be Aemond, One Eyes, True-born heir and all this. So they're like, right, we need to send someone to go and deal with that. We'll send Regis Groves, the Kingsguard. And he goes over a bunch of knights, and they sort of just show up. They have a bit of an argument with Alice Rivers, and then Regis Groves' head explodes because he's so angry, I guess. I don't know. They think he either was cursed by a curse, as happens often in the world, or he was just shot by a crossbow bolt. Pick whichever one you like, whether you like magic or not. But, yeah, it's not ideal. It shows a bit of strategic or tactical questionable decision-making to get within crossbow bolt range. But I guess there's not really much you could do about that. But I guess, I don't know how much you can blame for that. But then there's also the words. You get quotes from him, which is, rare for these characters. We don't have any quotes from Adrien Redfort. You'll be unsurprised to learn. We do have quotes from Regis Groves, though, and they're not great. He's like, calling Alice Rivers lots of names and saying, I don't kneel to some, I don't know, I don't kneel to some bastard of a milk sow. He calls her a milk sow or something, or a milk cow. I can't remember what it is. Probably more likely to be a milk cow. I don't think a milk sow is a thing. Unless you can milk pigs and drink pig milk. Maybe that's the next theory video. But regardless, it's not very nice, Regis Groves. You're supposed to be a Kingsguard. You're supposed to be an honourable bloke. You're not supposed to be calling people milk cows or milk sows. So yeah, I mean, that's pretty much purely the reason why he's this low, because we don't really know much else about him. You can't really blame him for being shot in the head, but I kind of do. Number 76, and I might have to go after this for another break to have some lunch. But 76, Gwayne Gaunt. Aerys II's Kingsguard. No one knows anything about him because he's the least interesting one. And actually, now I think about it, he probably should be lower than this. Because we know only one thing about him, which is that he was protecting Aerys when he went to Duskendale. And then Gwayne Gaunt just got killed by some random people. And that's it. Oh, this art is by Paul Abermondy, who did a bunch of these. Like, he had a website where he did well, he was going to draw every character in A Song of Ice and Fire, and the introduction, the about page of the website is from like 2011, and it's like saying, it's like, it'll take a long time to draw these, but something to do while we wait for the Winds of Winter in 2011. He stopped doing it in 2014, maybe got sick of waiting, but this is one of them, Gwayne Gaunt. And yeah, I've already said the only thing there is to say about him. He was guarding Aerys II at Duskendale. He died. He was killed by Duskendale's blokes, or whatever his name is, Darklyn, Dennis Darklyn. So yeah, that's actually, he probably should be lower, now that I think about it. But the reason I put him this high is because, compared to the other Aerys II people, he's not actually defending Aerys II when he's at his most insane, so you can't really blame him for that. And he dies. It's not ideal. But yeah, I mean, there's a small chance he was appointed by Aegon V, so I can, guess, use that to rank him up. But it's kind of an Adrien Redfort situation where he just gets killed, and we don't know anything about him. Why is he hiding Adrien Redfort? Number 75 is Mandon Moore. This will be the last one before I go for another break. Mandon Moore is an interesting one. So he is, again, a big part of why he's this low is he punches Sansa. He is a lady puncher, like Patrick Castles. If you get that reference, 5 points. But he is also not a great human being, or he's described as sort of like a dead, cold fish weirdo. So you can take from that what you will, whether he is secretly a vampire like Roose Bolton, or secretly a fish man like a merman, or one of the deep ones, or whatever they're called, the squishers. Mandon Moore is the squisher, anyone? I mean, I wouldn't put it past him. Wait, doesn't Podrick like shove him into the Blackwater to kill him? And then they're like, Tyrion's like, is he dead? Is he dead? And Podrick, it's like a combination of Mandon Moore and Podrick. And then Podrick is like, yeah, he's definitely dead. What if he isn't? What if he just returned to the fish people? Another new theory to add to the works. But regardless of whether he is a squisher or not, he's described by, I think, both Jaime or at least Tyrion as like not someone who you would want to put in charge of anything. Like, people aren't going to follow him because he's just a bit weird and cold and dead. And then you add to the fact that he did try and kill Tyrion, presumably for Littlefinger, maybe for Cersei, maybe just because he wanted to, maybe for Bloodraven, who knows. But either way, it's not great. You're not supposed to be an assassin as a Kingsguard. That's not really your job. And Tyrion is a member of the royal family, so, Although, now I'm thinking that, he doesn't require a Kingsguard to defend him during the trial by combat, so maybe he doesn't count. as a member of the royal family. But he is, probably shouldn't be killing him. It's probably not a nice thing to do. And then he punches Sansa, because he's a Sansa puncher. So, but the reason why it's this high is that he's a pretty good fighter. He does fight in the Blackwater. He's not a coward. He's not like Sandor and runs away, or like Boros and gives up. It's not like Meryn Trant and is just rubbish. He's probably a decent fighter. I think Jaime or Tyrion or someone thinks that he's a decent fighter, because he's a decent fighter. Number 74. Hang on, I was going to go away, wasn't I? Okay, I'll be back in a second. Right, I've returned. Now, where were we? Number 74. Let's see what we've got. Oh, it's Lionel Bentley for Rhaenyra. Now, this is another of the sort of non-entities, like Adrien Redfort. One of the ones appointed by good old Lorent Marbrand. And we don't know much about him. He gets appointed. The only thing we do know about him is that he died as he lived, raving. So yeah, I guess some kind of overdose. Or maybe like being stabbed in the eye with a glow stick or something. Either way, it's a bad way to go, but he's, I guess there's worse ways. And we don't really know anything more about him. This is apparently the Bentley that Scullery Pleasant drives, by the way, although it's probably not the right colour. It's the same model. Number 73. It's Robin again. Robin Shaw. This is why I needed these things to distinguish between the Robins. Robin Shaw is a Jaehaerys I bloke, and we know nothing about him, as always. He's not one of the original ones. He gets appointed when a bunch of the others die. That's it. He's a Jaehaerys I guy, so he's probably not that bad, but also we don't know anything about him, so he's probably not done that much impressive. Number 72. We're going to do these three all together. Agramor Cobb, Edmund Warwick, and Dennis Whitfield. We have kind of reached the non-entities section of the ranking, where we know basically nothing about them. These three, at least, we knew a little bit. I mean, Robin Shaw we didn't, but these three we know the exact same amount about, I suppose. It's very hard to distinguish them from one another. These are three people who get appointed to the Kingsguard after the whole coup attempt has finished off a bunch of Kingsguard. And this is it. We just get given their names. So I ranked them in order of how much I like their names. I think they've all got pretty good names. I like Dennis Whitfield as a name, but it's not got that much going for it. Sort of special. Edmund Warwick I like the Warwick, like Warwick Castle. It's spelled differently, but I still like it as a surname. And then Agramor Cobb. It's strange because that doesn't really feel like a very A Song of Ice and Fire name, if you know what I mean. Like, I don't think there's anyone else called Agramor. It feels like something that you would read in, I don't know, like more of a slightly more high-ish fantasy. A slightly more Lord of the Rings-esque, not Lord of the Rings itself, but like closer to that level. But I still like it. Agramor Cobb. Good name. I also put him on the thumbnail, or I don't know if I'm actually going to use this thumbnail. It doesn't look very good, but I put him there in the background. Number 69, nice, is Harlon Grandison. Another non-entity. Yeah, we'll burn through these fairly quickly. Harlon Grandison was an Aerys II guy, but he was not around for the madness. He was not down with the madness. Actually, he might have been, because he was replaced by Jaime Lannister. He died in his sleep. He was old. Well, I googled him to get this picture, which I don't seem to have put an art credit in for. That's quite mean. Sorry about that. But when I googled him to get this picture, the first thing that came up, I think, was like a Reddit post where someone was saying, did someone poison Harlon Grandison to get Jaime on the Kingsguard? Maybe, who knows? But either way, he's an old bloke. He's probably been doing it for a while. That's fairly good, Shows he hasn't been killed by anyone, which is quite nice. There's not many Kingsguard that sort of get to die of old age. In fact, is Harlon Grandison the first one on our list who did that? Well, a lot of them we don't know, obviously. A lot of them get to an old age, or some of them. Not that many. Some of them do. Like Harrold Langward. But yeah, I think he's the first one on here that we've got so far who died of old age. Which that's kind of impressive in a sense. But yeah, we know nothing about him. Number 68. This was the image that came up when I googled Robert Darklyn. I don't know who or what this is or what it's from, but it was the one that came up. So this is another Aegon III one. This is the other Kingsguard who gets appointed by Aegon III and then overruled by Mervyn Peake. This is the one who we don't know how they died. We don't know how long they lived. So maybe they came back, Maybe they came back to the Kingsguard once Aegon III was properly in charge, seeing as he wanted him before. Entirely possible. We also don't know, because there's someone who says at one point that there are 7 Darklyns who serve in the Kingsguard, and we've already had... have we not had any yet? Have we really not had any? Wow, they do pretty well then. So this is the lowest one. But we don't know if Robert Darklyn is counted in that 7. Maybe, because maybe he did come back, I can't see why he wouldn't necessarily when Aegon III has to appoint new people. Unless he's dead or has done something egregiously wrong. So yeah, we know nothing about him. He's Robert Darklyn. There he is, number 68. Seems like a decent bloke. The Darklyns are generally quite good. Number 67, another non-entity. It's Rupert Crabbe. It's Rupert Crabbe. This is Rupert the Bear. I don't really remember him looking like this. Rupert the Bear. I don't really remember what he did look like, but I don't know what he didn't. So this is one of the ones that Nimble Dick Crabbe talks about. He says there's 3 crabs who've been in the Kingsguard. One of them is actually confirmed, like elsewhere in Fire and Blood. The other 2 we don't know about, so he may be completely made up by Nimble Dick Crabbe. But assuming he isn't, here he is. Number 67. He's mentioned by Nimble Dick Crabbe. We like Nimble Dick Crabbe. There you go. That's all you need. Number 66. Gyles Belgrave. We finally someone who is actually like a character and not a Bentley or a corn on the cob. So, and when you're saying that Gyles Belgrave is a character, you know that things have gone bad because he's mentioned in like one page of Fire and Blood, which is where this picture is from by Douglas Wheatley. He's one of Aegon II's blokes, and this picture that this is from, he's sort of like looking gormlessly to the right, holding his hand out weirdly to open a curtain because he's opening the curtain, and this is the face that he makes when he sees that Aegon II is dead and has been poisoned. He's like, oh. And so I suppose the question with Gyles Belgrave is, did he poison Aegon II? Because if so, that's pretty bad as a Kingsguard, but also pretty good because it's Aegon II. But he probably didn't anyway, so it doesn't matter. It was probably Larys giving it to someone else, maybe the cook. So what do we have on him? Well, the only thing we have is that when he's going to be executed by Craig Stark, everyone else wants to go to the wall, including 3 Kingsguard knights, who we don't know what their names were. But Gyles Belgrave says, no thank you. He says, a Kingsguard should not outlive his king when that king dies, in any way that isn't them, of natural causes. Which is an interesting concept, because it's not really Gyles Belgrave's fault. He's not a poison taster, unlike Boros Blount. There's nothing he could really have done. So it's mainly just sort of an honour thing, as in, the world will see him as a failure, and it's dishonourable for him to continue living, even though there's not really anything that he's done wrong necessarily. And you could maybe interpret that as him having guilt for maybe actually being more involved in the death of Aegon II. But we don't really know, and he doesn't admit anything. And you sort of, in isolation, you kind of think, well, that sounds vaguely honourable, doesn't it? Like saying, no, it's not right for me to continue living, blah, blah, blah. It's sort of the kind of honour that's like pointless and meaningless and doesn't really have any foundation in any real actual pragmatism, but because it sort of feels vaguely honourable, I kind of give him points for it. And it's also something that, Barristan Selmy doesn't do that. He doesn't say, Aerys died and I wasn't there to protect him, so, and Barristan is slightly more to blame for that, He is in a battle. If he had done better in that battle, maybe Aerys would have lived. I mean, obviously, he's one bloke. He's not actually going to be able to change anything, but he has more influence than Gyles Belgrave does. And he doesn't, say, I should die. And Barristan Selmy is the most honourable man in the known universe, so Gyles Belgrave, more honourable than Barristan Selmy, still number 66 on this list because, nothing else happens. Number 65... it's Duck. Rolly Duck Duckfield, also on the thumbnail there, that I may or may not use. Bit of a slapdash thrown together one, this. I couldn't be bothered getting all 103. But this Rolly Duck Duckfield, which is by Bidoni Cart or Bidoni Cart or Bidon, the art is probably a separate word, isn't it? Bidonic art. That will go with that. So we like him, don't we? We like Duck. He seems nice. He did break that child's bones, but the child had it coming, so it's fine. Or anyone might not even be a child. I can't remember how old he was. Maybe a young teenager. As in like 19 or 18. So an adult, but also still a teenager. So, it's fine. Break his bones. It's fine. He's nicked your sword. That's perfectly understandable. But, yeah. And we don't really know. We don't have any, visible evidence of how good he is as a fighter. We just have Jon Connington thinking about it and thinking he's sort of a decent knight, but he shouldn't be on the King's Guard. But young Griff has appointed him just because, he likes him. So yeah, he's probably, because of that, he might be one of the worst fighters here, because you presume that most of these guys, even the corrupt ones, are chosen because they're good fighters. At some point, he's probably better than Boris Blount. But anyone else, who knows? It's not really sure. And, whether he's better or worse than Adrien Redfort, for example, as a fighter. Probably worse. But at the same time, we like Rolly Duckfield. He seems nice. He's probably he's a dunk. He's knockoff dunk, isn't he? And because young Griff is a knockoff Aegon. So Duck and Egg, Duck and young Griff. Yeah, it's like the discount version, but it's still nice. So that gets him to 65. Ahead of the most honourable man in the known universe, Gyles Belgrave. Number 64. Parmen Crane the Purple, the second of Renly's Kingsguard to show up here. The Rainbow Guard. Parmen Crane is the only one of the non-entities who's still alive. There are two who are actually characters who are still alive, but of the other 5 who aren't really characters, 4 are dead. Parmen Crane is the only one who's still alive. But he was just captured, I think, at the Blackwater, and he's been held hostage somewhere, waiting for his family, presumably, to pay up. And I just realised that he must be related to Simon Crane, mustn't he? The second Crane, which I guess is something. And I think that's something. Another of the Renly's Kingsguard has the same surname as the previous Kingsguard, so maybe that's why Renly chose him. Which would be quite bad, because if he's being picked for a family name, that suggests he's not being picked for actually being good. But then again, I don't think Renly knows about Simon Crane. I don't think anyone knows about Simon Crane. So all that is to say that we don't really know much about Parmen Crane. He's a knight. He presumably did something impressive to get into the Kingsguard, but also maybe not. And he was captured. And I like my heroes who weren't captured, as the greatest president of all time said. That's sarcastic, just in case you don't know. just in case that doesn't come across properly. Number 63. Another Darklyn, Steffon Darklyn. The lowest of the actual Darklyns, who's definitely counted as one of the 7 Darklyns. And he's a Lord Commander. He's Lord Commander of Rhaenyra's Kingsguard, briefly. Because he switches to Rhaenyra, and then he's the one, I think, who brings her the crown. Like, he leaves. Because all the other ones, they just stick with whoever they happen to be with at the time. Like the other Rhaenyra ones who used to be with Viserys, Lorent Marbrand and the other one. They just happen to be with her on Dragonstone. So it's like, well, fair enough. Whereas Steffon is the only one who actually goes from one side to the other to switch sides. Which is a good thing, I'm going to say, because Rhaenyra is the lawful heir. And as Kingsguard, you should be defending the king, or in this case, queen, who is lawfully in charge. And so Steffon Darklyn does go out of his way to do what is lawful. And on top of that, he brings her the crown. He does a bunch of other... he brings her the crown, that's pretty much it. And then he tries to get on a dragon in the Red Sowing and dies. So, yeah. Which is... So that is it's pretty ballsy, isn't it? But the other thing is, like, Mushroom, at least, implies to us that at the time they knew that what they were doing was because Targaryens, there'll be loads of Targaryen bastards who will be able to do this. Get on a dragon. I don't know if Steffon Darklyn has any reason to believe that he has any Targaryen blood in him. Maybe he does, I can't remember. But I don't think so. I don't think the Targaryens ever marry into the Darklyns at any point. Maybe they do. But whether or not, it's very brave, but it's also kind of stupid. I think he just wanted a dragon, and he died because of it. And that's kind of dumb, which is why he's here. Sorry, Steffon. It feels a bit harsh, to be honest. But, yeah. Let's see who I ranked above him. Because the thing is, as I go through this, right, talking it over, sometimes you talk yourself into thinking, oh, I put Gwayne Gaunt too high. Or, I think I put, I'm not actually sure I should have put Preston Greenfield this low or something, actually. Not that one. But there are ones like that where you think, why is so-and-so above so-and-so? And we might be about to be shocked by who is above Steffon Darklyn. No, actually, that's not that shocking. Oliver Oakhart, the Green Oak. And we'll reveal at the same time Aris Oakhart in number 61. The best of the Sansa punchers, I think. Yes, because the others are Meryn Trant, Boris Blount, Mandon Moore, and Preston Greenfield, yes. So it was just sort of coincidence that the Oakharts ended up next to each other. Oliver Oakhart is one of the guys who fought alongside Daeron the First in Dawn and ended up dying alongside him. So, he fought for the king. That's pretty good. I'm surprised I haven't put an art credit for Parmen Crane the Purple either. That's a bit rubbish. But Aris Oakhart is by Benjamin Davis, and Oliver Oakhart is, of course, a Minecraft skin. Because there's a Minecraft skin of Oliver Oakhart. I don't know who this is for. I can't imagine the Venn diagram of people who know who Oliver Oakhart is even exists. Like, that circle just doesn't exist. But even if it did exist, how much does it cross over with people who play Minecraft? I don't know. Maybe it does. Sorry. The thing is, I've already talked about Oliver Oakhart, everything that there is to know about him. And that's it. So he fought for his king. He died alongside his king. Good points for that. Bad points for dying. Sorry. That does mark you down, as Steffon Darklyn learned. Aris Oakhart, we have a lot more about, obviously. There's a few point of views on this. He is one of them. And so we know a lot about how he thinks. And we know that he is the most reluctant of the Sansa punchers. Which, win an award, I guess. He's also... when he has a fight in Dawn, as we're told, he sort of runs in, kills a bunch of people, and then gets killed. he is trying to do a coup to put Marcella on the throne, which is a bit questionable, really. And he's doing it because he's massively broken all his Kingsguard vows by sleeping with Arianne. He's a bit of an idiot. But he's a good fighter. I think his heart's in the right place, even if he is a massive idiot, like most of the point of view characters are. But yeah, it's Ahsoka. You know, I do quite like him. When I turned the page, when I was first reading Feast for Crows, and saw that the chapter title is The Soiled Knight, and then I see it's Ahsoka, I'm like, this is so cool. I love the idea that, like, in this story that has been going on for so long, that has, like, so many pages at this point, that there's so many different background characters that have little moments in each book where they're in it, like Ahsoka. The idea that, like, each of these people has, like, a complex inner working life, inner monologue, in a story going on that they are the main character in, and at any moment, you could turn the page and we just get an insight into that person's story. I like that. I like that Ahsoka represents that, probably more so than any other point of view in Feast of Crows or Dance, because all the others are either characters who we don't really know as well as we know Ahsoka, as in they haven't been in it, like Arianne Martell or Aeron Greyjoy, or they have been, but they are bigger characters like Barristan Selmy, or even someone like Jon Connington, who obviously has only just been introduced, but is clearly a bigger power player than someone like Ahsoka. I think Ahsoka, in that sense, on a meta level, I like him for that reason, and that's probably why he's higher than he perhaps should be, given that he's a Sansa puncher and did a coup against his king. So yeah. Number 60. Bryce Caron the Orange, and we're also going to reveal Gaiard Morrigan the Green. He's another one whose surname is a previous Kingsguard. These arts are by Tiziano Baracci and Visual Ad 7903. And they're both Renly's guys. They're both Rainbow Guard people. They're two who don't die in the big sort of Renly death shenanigans, and they go on to find the Blackwater and then die there. They're presumably quite good knights, presumably. Bryce Caron is on guard at Renly's death. Loras doesn't kill him, though, for some reason, and Bryce Caron believes Emmon Cuy that Catelyn did it, which, again, fair enough. The shadow excuse is not one that I would believe, but we know he's wrong, and so that makes us dislike him more. And the other thing with the people they die to, so Gaiard gets killed by Renly's ghost, aka Garland Tyrell, who is a pretty good fighter. I don't have anything to back that up, really, off the top of my head, but I just feel like it's true. And also, you would be pretty sort of weirded out by fighting your former king, who is dead. That I imagine that could well be just that Gaiard Morrigan did a double take and was staring at Renly, who he thought was Renly, who then stabbed him through the chest. Whereas Bryce Caron gets killed by a random guy called Philip Foote, who then gets given all his lands. So, in terms of the fighting, Gaiard Morrigan dies to a better opponent, probably in a less embarrassing way. Although it's actually probably still quite embarrassing, but more understandably embarrassing than Bryce Caron. Yeah, that's them two. Probably decent fighters. Probably decent people. We don't have any real reason to believe not. They both offer to fight in a trial. They fight a one-on-one fight versus Courtney Penrose. So it shows they're brave. The thing is that, like, unlike with the Hands, where only maybe the top 10 to 20 were actually decent, with the Kingsguard, basically everyone above these sort of non-entities here is kind of, well, they're not that bad. They're decent. I wouldn't mind having them as a Kingsguard if I was a king. Which is, it's quite good that Westeros has managed to do that. Number 58, William the Wasp. This is the lowest of Jaehaerys' first 7, I believe. Now, Jaehaerys' first 7 are described as being his best ever 7, which is why I think I ranked like Robin Shaw and Lucamore the Lusty lower, because they're not the best. So, you know. But William the Wasp is the least good because he is sent out on a mission, on like a commando mission, Bravo 20 style, to figure out what is going on with these dragons that are being sighted somewhere in Essos, because this is when the area is buggered off with Balerion, and so they're looking for him and her. And so he gets tricked, led into like a trap, and his entire crew and him are killed. So number one, not great, kind of dumb. Number two, you died, not great. The counter to that, the mitigating circumstances, would be that we are told that William the Wasp was the last to die of his crew, and that he fought very valiantly. To which I would say, who is your source for this? Because I doubt it's the people who killed him, and it kind of implies that everyone dies. So, and they're in a trap. So the only possibility is that someone like William the Wasp, as they were being surrounded by their guides, by the way. So it's not like they've been jumped like from someone behind a bush. It's like the people who are presumably standing right next to them. William the Wasp like grabs Gendry and says, "Quick, run back to King's Landing and tell them what's going on." And so Gendry then sprints off. And as he's running, he looks back over his shoulder and sees that William the Wasp is the last one standing and surrounded by a bunch of people, and is like fighting valiantly. So I guess that's probably the source. But I don't know. It just feels a bit like something that was made up to like sort of be nice to him after his death, you know. Oh, it's okay. He was the last one to die. We don't know that. He probably died like straight away. So yeah. Oh, and this, by the way, is if you know who or what this is, I don't know, 8 points or something. 57. Aric Cargyll, and we don't have the two twins together because obviously the one who backed Aegon II is lower, and that's really the only difference between them. And also the fact that Aric was willing to do this. Well, I suppose I don't know, because he does that sort of Black Ops mission where he goes and pretends to be his brother, wanders around, walks into his brother, they have a big fight, they die. But there's also the fact that, like, yes, he basically just stuck with who he happened to be next to, as did Eric. But then they may have had a conversation later on when they were at Dragonstone where they both tried to convince each other to join the other side. And maybe that didn't happen, you know. But if it did, then it kind of makes you think that they both actually believe that their king is the rightful king or queen. In which case, Aric is maybe a little more suspect because you're backing Aegon II, who is, you know, not the lawful king, and is also an arsehole. So, yeah. And then there's the fact that he fights his brother, and in this, I think maybe the more likely one is that not the sort of amazing, beautiful singer's story, but instead that they just sort of stabbed each other horribly. Aric Cargyll, I think he dies pretty much straight away and then manages to mortally wound his brother, who then dies screaming and raving, just like Lionel Bentley. Which, again, actually not that bad of a way to go if you've been stabbed. There's worse ways. So, yeah, he kind of lost the fight with his brother, I think. Again, it's impossible to remember because it's deliberately confusing. But, yes. I'm basing that mostly on the fact that I don't think the Rhaenyra lot would have bothered looking after him if he'd been the one who died screaming for over 4 days or whatever. But yeah, number 56, not Aric Cargyll, it's instead, the best of Maegor the Cruels and another Darklyn, it's Davos Darklyn. This is not Davos Darklyn, this picture, it's a different Darklyn, but there's no pictures of Davos Darklyn, so I use this one. He's a Kingsguard who leads the ground war against Aegon the Uncrowned. Which, you know, I'm not a huge fan of, but Maegor the Cruel... So how Maegor the Cruel exactly gets his Kingsguard is not fully explained. Are they Aenys' Kingsguard? because we don't hear about Aenys' Kingsguard siding with Aegon the Uncrowned, or indeed about any of them, or what they do. We only know one, and that's not even actually canon. That's also ranked on this. One of the other ones that I could have gotten rid of, along with Aegon III's two weirdos, Robert Darklyn and Robert Massey. The other one I could have gotten rid of and made it a nice round 100 is an Aenys Kingsguard who is possibly not canon. Which is all to say that I don't know where these Maegor the Cruel Kingsguard come from, so I don't know if Davos Darklyn betrayed Aenys, or betrayed Aegon the Uncrowned, or whether he was just appointed by Maegor at this point. It's hard to say. So we'll just go on what we know, which is that he led an army, won a battle against Aegon the Uncrowned's lot, but died. Which is pretty good. You know, he didn't serve Maegor during the worst of Maegor's zombie era, so that counts for something, I suppose. But not for much, let's be honest. Not for a huge amount. Which is why he's 56th, despite being a pretty good fighter. Number 55, well, you know, a good general. 55, Ricard Thorne. Viserys I, Aegon II. This is another Douglas Wheatley one, although I forgot to add it in, obviously. And I also forgot to... My art crediting is, it's been a bit patchy, hasn't it? Ricard Thorne. So he is the one who is trying to take baby Maelor Targaryen to safety, but gets intercepted and killed. And there's a couple of ways to look at this. One way is that he is a very brave, valiant knight, who he holds on to Maelor right up until the end. He doesn't try and abandon him. He doesn't try and... He's instantly, as soon as he's found out, he's like, right, let's get out of here, Maelor, come on. And he sticks by his task to the end. He dies doing it. He has to be shot a bunch of times with crossbows, I think. So yes, very good, very Kingsguardy, very nice. Protecting the innocent, protecting children. Love to see it. The other way of looking at it is he's a bit of an idiot for kind of like getting found out in the first place. Because it's the way it happens is that he pays a silver stag, or it wouldn't be a stag at the time, would it? Or maybe it would, I don't know. But he pays like an obscene amount of coin for a place in the stables or something, which then leads the innkeeper to suspect that something's off and send a guy to search through his stuff for more cash, and then finds the dragon egg and the white cloak of the Kingsguard. Which, I guess it's hard to hide a dragon egg and you probably shouldn't throw it away, but he probably should have thrown away the white cloak of the Kingsguard. That's kind of unnecessary to keep when you're going incognito. And the fact that he's kind of dumb in paying too much for this. Why even go to the inn at all? Why not just, sleep somewhere else? So in that sense, maybe I don't want him, as a strategist. But as a knight, he's pretty good. Even if he does back Aegon II, which, no one likes. Just gonna have a quick drink. Number 54. Rakhalo. I've put all three of Daenerys' Blood Riders together. Aggo, Jogo, and Rakharo. I won't reveal that just yet, just to leave you on tenterhooks as to who I've put ahead. Which I doubt you will be on any tenterhooks, because I just cannot, for the life of me, distinguish them. Either in the books or in the show. In the show, they have hardly any character, really. But in the books, they're just names, and they seem interchangeable. I couldn't tell you a character trait that one of them has that another doesn't. And it's such a shame because, I like the fact they've been in the story from the start. They could have had developed characters. I think if you just had one of them instead of 3, that one character, if Ricaro was the only one, he would be much more important. People would think about him a lot more. But because there's 3, it cheapens it. It makes it so that they're like, they feel expendable. It feels like one of them's going to die at some point, and it's not going to be that impressive, but Daenerys is going to be sad about it. That's what they're there for. So yeah, the reason I've ranked Ricaro lowest is I think he gets the least to do. They also have the way you know that they're identical characters is the fact that they get given like special weapons to try and tell them apart. One of them is the whip, one of them is the alak, one of them is the bow. I can't remember which is which. I think Ricaro might be the arak. Possibly. I was going to rank them in order of how useful I think those weapons would be in defending the king, or in this case, queen. But again, it's very subjective and also depending on the circumstance. So I ended up just doing it this way, which is Ricaro is 54th because he's the least memorable of the 3. I remember Jogo and Arago's names. I don't remember Ricaro. And then the others I ordered Aggo first, Jogo second. I don't even think this is Aggo because the actor, I'm pretty sure, played Hizdazo Lorak. When I typed in Aggo, this came up. So, yeah, this is a drawing because when I typed in Jogo, these people came up because no one knows these characters. They're all the same. Yeah, I put Jogo 53rd. I think Jogo is the one who is a hostage, is he? Possibly. I can't remember. There was a reason I put them this way, but I've forgotten it. Just like I've forgotten these characters. It's sad, because they could have been good, but they made 3 of them and they made them identical, so they weren't good. Number 51, Long Tom Costain. Oh, I suppose I should actually explain why they're here and not anywhere else. They're probably good fighters. Well, they are very good fighters, but it's a bit weird them being Kingsguard, or in this case Queensguard, seeing as they, in every other aspect of the Queensguard besides being a fighter is completely non-existent. They're, the wrong religion. They don't have any of those vows of like celibacy or whatever. And again, I don't care about those, but it's still a bit weird them being Queensguard. Same way it's weird being Jorah being a Queensguard. It's just a bit weird. And they also don't have armor, or not very good armor. And as we'll see later, that matters because of, I think the Barristan Selmy fight with one of the pit fighters really tells you why armor is kind of useful. But yeah, they are pretty good. They do defend her very well. But I just have no knowledge of their character. Long Tom Costain then. He is mentioned in the Jaime chapter where he's talking to Loras. And he says, he's one of the ones where he's just saying, do you remember these names? Tom Costain, he served in the Kingsguard for like 50 years, you don't remember him? And Loras is like, no, I don't remember him. And the question of... So there is one theory about who he might be, which is in the Duncan Egg Hedge Knight novella, there is a shield, there is like there's a page of shields of characters, and one of them is Tom Costain. This isn't in the actual novel or novella, it's in the graphic novel. And so people think, oh, maybe that's supposed to be Tom Costain. So maybe after that, which is set in like the when is it set? I don't know. Sort of early 200s, 210s, 220s, 230s, somewhere around there. Around there, long Tom Costain gets appointed Kingsguard for whatever reason. And then he's around for about 50 years, maybe. And that would be a boost, because, they need to be serving Aegon the 5th, we like Aegon the 5th. And he was around for 50 years, which means he's pretty good, presumably. So yeah, that's it, and I made his shield long. Number 50 then, we're into the top 50. We got to the top half with long Tom Costain. Aggo was the median. But number 50 is Willis Fell. Where did he fall? I don't know, but he fell. Also, I suppose he's served 3 kings, which is the joint record so far. I think. Yeah. This art is by Jota Sarajeva. And Willis Fell is one of Aegon II's lot. He successfully ferries Princess Jaehaera to, I think, Storm's End, and gets her there safely, which Ricard Thorne obviously failed to do. Then Willis Fell becomes Lord Commander for Aegon III, which isn't bad. And we don't hear much about him. I think he dies in like one of the regular plagues that comes around to finish off any characters that Germ is sick of. I think he does. He says one thing. I can't for the life of me remember what it is. It's something. He gives like some counsel as Lord Commander to Aegon III. Oh, it's about Baelor and Rhaena. He basically backs Rhaena as the heir rather than Baelor because Baelor is sort of headstrong and has married Alan Velaryon, which is, I think, I don't know about those reasons, but also because Rhaena has a dragon and Baelor doesn't, which is probably more reasonable. So I think, yeah, that's decent counsel. It's not great counsel. It's not like earth-shattering, but it's not awful. Then number 49, I suppose, is the next one. Sorry, I just took my headphones out. For some reason I always wear headphones while doing this. But then I remember it makes my voice sound different in my head because it's blocked out. So now I've taken them out, now my voice sounds weird. But anyway, 49. Osmond Kettleblack, art by Poji. This is an interesting one because, again, I think that because Tommen and Joffrey and Robert Baratheon's Kingsguard, we just kind of think of them as the worst ones. And they are pretty bad. But it means we kind of lump them all together as really rubbish, when in fact there's some who are absolute shockers, like Boris Blount and the rest of the Sansa punchers. And then there's ones like Osmond Kettleblack, who is more competent, I think. He does he's in a joust of some kind at one point, a tourney, does pretty well. He's obviously like kind of he's a bit of a schemer, certainly, in the sense that he's like a pawn in other people's schemes, but he knows he's a pawn and he's getting well paid for it. And he's sort of nice in a way. He's like quite jovial, quite jolly. And of course he is, what was I going to say? So he's apparently fought in wars in under a what's it called, a mercenary company. So possibly, if that's true, that's good. But there's also that line by Littlefinger that ever since he got the white cloak, he started becoming unreliable because it does things to you. It makes you more honourable, which is interesting. Of course, that might not be true. It might be some other reason. Maybe he's now like allured by Cersei, and that's why he's defecting from Littlefinger. Which, if so, is less of a good reason. But if we believe that, and there's no reason to think that Littlefinger doesn't think that, or why he would be lying to Sansa about it. And of course, he might be wrong, but whatever. Let's assume that Littlefinger is right and telling the truth. Well, that's pretty good, isn't it? Osmond becoming more honourable, and he will have an interesting role in the next book when it comes out in 400 years. Because he's going to be having some kind of trial or maybe sent to the wall. So that'll be fun. I think Osmond Kettleblack is just a decent knight. He might not even be a knight, but doesn't really matter, does it? Sandor Clegane is a good fighter, and he is not a real knight. Number 48. Harrold Westerling, another Lord Commander. This is an action figure of Harrold Westerling. Again, like with the Minecraft thing, who is buying a Harrold Westerling action figure? I don't know. Is House of the Dragon a children's TV show? I haven't seen it. Maybe it is. Regardless, he is in the book a non-entity. He's a name. he's just mentioned that he's Lord Commander and then he dies, I think, of old age. So yeah. So I'm basing this entirely off the show, which I haven't seen, where I read his description on the website of the show, and it says he's like a paragon of, whatever, virtue, knightly, valor, all that rubbish. So yeah, that's why he's this high, and not down in the dumps with the other non-entities here. And also he's Lord Commander, so presumably that's something. Number 47. Willem Wilde, who was one of the people in the Hedge Knight. And this, I suppose, is kind of spoilery for the Hedge Knight. So I'll keep it vague. So there's a fight in the Hedge Knight that he's involved in. If you know, you know. Obviously, it's not that big a deal. I'm just trying not to spoil it. But yes, and there are 3 Kingsguard involved in that fight. And they are all... And Willem Wilde comes off the worst. He's knocked unconscious, and he has to be carried off the field of battle, as it were. So yeah, that's why he's below the other 2, who are higher up. And also, there's a part of it where, like, for some reason, him being appointed Kingsguard is what led Quentin Ball to rebel, because he wanted to be a Kingsguard and he had a deal with Aegon IV, but now Daeron II is in charge, and so Willem Wilde is technically responsible for that, although he's not actually responsible at all because he didn't know, presumably, and also it's not him who appointed himself, which is all to say that's something about Willem Wilde that exists, I guess. And the other thing is that Dunk thinks about him and the other 2 Kingsguard in that story as, like, really good knights. Look at them, they're sort of the pinnacle of knighthood. So that's pretty good. That's a pretty good vote of confidence, which is why he's this high, but he does get knocked unconscious in that fight, which is all we really see of him, so not great. That's why he's not any higher. Number 46. Marston Waters. Now, there's someone in my comments, his name's Cuin, who is a real big Marston Waters fan, and so I feel bad that I've ranked him this low. But then again, on paper, Marston Waters should be like here, right? He should be in the 90s. The fact that I put him in 46 is egregious. My new favourite word. I think I've said that 3 times this episode. I don't know why. But Marston Waters, so he's only this high because I think he was tricked, which is neither here nor there, in the coup that he did. And I talked about him in the hand ranking, and that was arguably more relevant in that case. But the fact that he then, despite being involved in this coup, kind of realises that something is up. He doesn't want to use force against his own king, which is a very Kingsguard thing to do. Sort of a much better version of Amaury Peake saying, let's not harm the king. Marston Waters is like, I can't go and sort of by force drag the king out of Maegor's Holdfast. It's just not cricket. And so he says, and so he just sort of hangs around until eventually he realises something's up, when people convince him that it's an illegal coup that's going on. And so then he does the honourable thing, and he sides with Aegon III again. And then he goes to sort out his... I can't remember, did he go to sort out Mervyn Flowers and gets killed by him? And then, or finished off by Grand Maester Munkin. But he does do the honourable thing in the end. He was probably a decent bloke who got tricked, and then eventually managed to realise what was going on and sort things out. But still, and there's certain things where there's a line apparently that he said to Raynard Ruskin about Mervyn Flowers, which I don't know why it's quoted. It's of him saying, "We are both bastards and sworn brothers besides." I don't really know what the significance of that is supposed to be. It doesn't seem to mean anything on its own. Why it would be included, but he says it. So, and I think the fact that he thinks about, says the word sworn brothers, clearly he doesn't think the Kingsguard is a joke. He's obviously He's a bastard who rose on high to become a Kingsguard. And he made a mistake, but he corrected for it. And, I don't know if, saying he's better than William Wilde, we don't really have any evidence. If William Wilde made that mistake, maybe he would have done the same, but we don't know. Master Waters, we do know. He did what was right. Number 45. The other Cargyll brother, Eric Cargyll. 12 points ahead, simply because he sided with Rhaenyra and not Aegon II. And because he kind of sort of won the battle against Eric. And that is it. And also, he's not the one who's doing a sneaky mission, which fails. So, yeah, good old Eric. Number 44. Robar Royce, the Red. This is the last of the non-entity Renly Kingsguard Knights. And he is a nice guy, Robar Royce. He believes Catelyn. When Catelyn says, "It wasn't me, it wasn't Brienne," Robar Royce looks at her and says, "Okay, fair enough." So the other guys who don't believe her, the thing is that in a real situation, as I've said with each of those, you wouldn't believe them. Because especially because Catelyn is, she's the mother of Robb Stark, who is rebelling against Joffrey, but implicitly also Renly, right? She's an enemy envoy. But Robar Royce believes her, and because he is correct to believe her, that kind of makes me like him. Even though maybe he doesn't have a good reason for believing in her. This is by Eldritch Historian. And then the bad thing is that Robar Royce then gets killed by Loras. But the other thing is, he not only does he believe her, he says, "The others won't believe you. Run away now. I'll watch your back." So he's putting his money where his mouth is. He dies defending Catelyn and Brienne, essentially, just because he believes them. Just because I guess what that means is he's basically like a human lie detector, except he actually works and doesn't just detect sort of how nervous you are. But which is quite impressive. He does get beaten in a tourney in, I think, the first book by Loras, which is interesting. Sort of foreshadowing, I guess, of him being killed. But, he may not be a great knight. Loras beat him and Emmon Cuy, although whether Emmon Cuy had woken up from his candlestick-induced coma by that point, I don't know. So maybe it was just a one-on-one, and then Loras just hacked Emmon Cuy's body to bits for no reason. Entirely possible. But yeah, what he lacks in notable military achievements, Robar Royce more than makes up for in being the only guy in the known universe who would believe Catelyn at that point, and Brienne. Number 43, Clarence Crabb the Short. This isn't actually Clarence Crabb the Short, this is Clarence Crabb the Tall, this image, by Winter Design. Because Clarence Crabb is a mythological figure that Nimble Dick talks about, who's like 8 foot tall and cuts people's heads off. And Clarence Crabb the Short is one of the Kingsguard who he mentions, who may not actually be real, who is called the Short because whereas Clarence Crabb, the mythological giant, was 8 foot tall or whatever, 10 foot tall, Clarence Crabb the Short was only 6'6". So it's like an ironic name, kind of. So did he even exist? Who knows? Which king did he serve? Who knows? He's 6'6" though, so I suppose that makes him a good fighter. That's literally why he's this high. And also because we like Nimble Dick. That's all I have to say. I mean, if the Mountain can be good just because he's big, so can Clarence Crabb the Short. Number 42 then. Oswell went... Ooh, I hope you didn't see that there. That's a bit of a giveaway for the 41. This is an interesting one. So Aerys II's Kingsguard, in the same way that Robert Baratheon's Kingsguard and Joffrey's and Tommen's is sort of seen as the worst Kingsguard, Aerys II's is often seen as the best. And some of them down here we've already had, like Gwayne Gaunt or Harlon Grandison. They're not generally included in that. Jonothor Darry generally is, but he's kind of the sort of also ran. He's just kind of a good knight, and he's down here anyway because he's immoral rather than being a bad knight. Oswell Went, though, is usually... So none of those placements are particularly controversial. Oswell Went, though, is usually considered... He is counted towards that best ever Kingsguard thing, and he's also, considered a good knight. And most of that is sort of reputation, I guess, because we don't really know much of what he did. We know two things. One is that he may have been responsible for this whole Tourney at Harrenhal thing, because he went to visit his brother, Walter White, as Quinn, the GM, so put it, in Harrenhal, and set up, the whole Tourney thing, which, if it was a Rhaegar plan to overthrow Aerys II, is, I say, a net positive. Again, if you think that they should be defending their king ahead, over and above what their king actually is like, you would say a net negative. But the other thing is, that he loses. He dies fighting. And this is a thing that I haven't really, so I have used before in this ranking. Like Adrien Redfort, for example, dies fighting. Gwayne Gaunt dies fighting. The way you die fight William the Wasp, if you die in battle, then it is generally a bad sign because it means you've lost, right? And depending on the circumstances, it's better or worse. Oswell Went, we actually know the specific circumstances in which he dies, which is him, Arthur Dane, and Gerald Hightower versus Ned, Howland Reed, and 5 of his mates, who I don't know all their names. One of them is a castle, like one of Jory's relatives. One of them is Barbary Dustin's husband. One of them is a bucket, I think, or a Lidl, maybe. I think a Lidl. And the other one is an Aldi. No, I can't remember the other 2. I think they have names, but they're not the greatest knights known to man. They're just 7 blokes, really. I mean, presumably they are quite good, but also, who knows? And these are the Kingsguard. And 3v7 is obviously kind of unfair odds, but they are the Kingsguard, and they are the defenders in this scenario, so they have a defensive advantage, presumably. They've had time to set things up. The fact that he gets killed by these weirdos, these non-entities, it's not a good look for Oswell Went, I'll be honest. And that is also, by the way, going to be not a good look for Gerald Hightower and Arthur Dane as well. That's going to be count against them, just so you know in advance. Number 41, Glendon Good, as I revealed accidentally by putting Glendon. This picture is the Glendon campus at York University. Not York University, UK, York University, Canada. Unsurprisingly, there were no images of Glendon Good available, even though he's a Lord Commander to Rhaenyra, and I don't know, maybe he'll be in the show next season, so maybe there will be an image. But he becomes Lord Commander for about... Oh, I knocked something. For about a week. Or so. He becomes a Lord... He's like 20 as well, so he's very young. I think maybe the youngest ever Lord Commander. So why is he this high? Well, he's involved in the 7 who rode rubbish. It's always a silly name for them. The people who ran out into the city to try and save Joffrey Valerian when he flew off on Syrax. And so Glendon Good, the 7 who rode, by the way, I think he's the first one. There's 2 other Kingsguard in that of Rhaenyra's lot. And the 7 who rode, I rank them higher because that's brave. Neither Lionel Bentley nor Adrien Redfort volunteered for that, so they're lower. Glendon Good and the other 2 are higher. I think Glendon Good dies in that. Someone pulls his cloak off and maybe bashes his head in with a cobblestone, I imagine. It's generally how they go. And yeah, but he's brave. He's a young man. I think he got appointed Lord Commander for being like for some act of bravery, fighting for Rhaenyra kind of thing. So yeah, he's good. He's Glendon good. Have a quick drink, because my voice is going, and also I will stop recording now so that the file doesn't get too big to actually edit. Right, so back onto it, and we're down to the top 40 now. I think it's been about 2 hours, so it doesn't bode well, doesn't it? But let's see, because there may not be much to talk about number 40. It may be a quick one, and indeed it kind of is. It's Clement Crabbe. This is the only Crabbe that Nimble Dick mentions who we actually know was actually a genuine Kingsguard to Jaehaerys I. And we know one thing about him. He isn't part of the original 7, so he doesn't get that boost for being Jaehaerys' best Kingsguard. But he does get a boost because he has like a big joust off. With... I'm going to go for Ryan Redwine. Maybe. He has a big joust off anyway. And they break like 30 lances against each other. It's a whole thing. And then, all the people at the time are like, wow, amazing. What a great joust. This is the best joust ever in the entire history of the known universe. And everyone's like, oh, wow, yeah, that's pretty good. So, yeah, that is Clement Crabbe's one achievement. And it's interesting because that is an aspect of Kingsguardiness, which is probably very important to the people in the story, right? That when Sansa is thinking about all the brave knights and stuff, they're all the kind of knights who are good at jousting and tournaments and stuff like that. The Knights of Summer. Whereas we, reading the book, are less enamoured by that, mostly because all the cool characters are like Sandor Clegane and that are like, ugh, tournaments, ugh. And we're like, ugh, tournaments. They're not real. Which is true. But still, it is kind of cool to be a cool tourney knight. And Clement Crabbe does do that. He may be one of the best tourney knights. And that is only enough to take him to the 40th spot, but it's still not bad. And of course, he's a crab, which always helps. It's a good thing there weren't any more crabs, or I would have had to find increasingly disturbing imagery to portray them. But anyway, number 39. Lawrence Roxton. This is Lawrence Fishburne. Not Lawrence Roxton, but whatever. So Lawrence Roxton is a Kingsguard knight, and he's one of his first 7. And I didn't mention this when talking about William the Wasp, but the 5 of those 7, including William the Wasp, are picked by the War for the White Cloaks. It's like this tournament, a melee tournament, because Jaehaerys is not enamoured by this whole jousting thing. He's saying, you're my guard, you'll have to fight on foot when someone tries to assassinate me. And Lawrence Roxton is one of the people who gets his place through that. And that automatically is pretty good. That's presumably why Jaehaerys' first Kingsguard is so good, because they've all actually gotten there on a formal merit-based approach of a tournament, a melee tournament. So why is Lawrence Roxton not any higher? Why is he not any lower? To be honest, there's not a huge amount that he does, and I am doing all this off the top of my head, right? But I did look through, obviously, and when I was thinking this, and I looked through again before I did this, and so there's lots of things that I forgot in between making the list and then now, and Lawrence Roxton was one of the things I forgot about, and I've forgotten about it again. Whatever it was he did, I don't think it was that important. Yeah, sorry, Lawrence Roxton, but clearly very very forgettable. Despite being Lawrence Fishburne in this ranking. Number 38. Michael Mertens, the White Owl. Yeah, it's another of the Jamie law dump ones from his conversation with Loras. And there's sort of those are kind of split into 3 groups. There's the ones that are bad that he mentions are sort of like implying sort of well, do you know about these ones? You don't want to end up like Giles Greycloak or Orville the Open-handed. And there's the ones that are good, which we'll get onto. And then there's the ones that he just sort of says in the middle, like Long Tom Costain and Michael Merton's The White Owl and a couple others. I'm trying to think if any of them have come up yet. I don't think so. But, yeah, they're Kingsguard, and they're presumably quite good. Loras hasn't necessarily heard of them, but Jamie's point is kind of like, you haven't heard of these guys, but they're still pretty good. So according to Jamie, Michael Merton's The White Owl is quite good. And that's it. That's all we have. So, moving on. Number 37. Strong Belwas. So this is kind of what I mean by the Jogo, Ago, Rakara thing. If they were one character that was like Daenerys' one blood rider, I would probably like them a lot more, and they'd probably be up here. Because they have kind of the same problems that Strong Belwas does, which is, number one, not being a knight. Number two, not having any of the characteristics of a knight, or of a knight of the Kingsguard, not even being the right religion. You know, knights tend to be religious-based, they have a religious element to them. Not being, you know, having the right weapons, not wearing armour, you know. They're not really Kingsguard, and Strong Belwas is only a Queensguard because he's included in the appendix as one. So yeah, but the other good thing about Strong Belwas is the fact that he's a character, and I like him, even though he is, you know, you probably wouldn't want to meet him in real life, but in case he stabbed you and then did a massive poo, but you know, as a character, he's great. The only problem is, of course, the Barristan fighting the pit fighter thing. That I kind of see that as what would happen if Barristan fought Strong Belwas. You know, Strong Belwas is great, but he needs to hit Barristan a bunch of times before he actually gets him somewhere that his armor doesn't cover, whereas Barristan only needs to hit Strong Belwas once, kind of thing. And also there's things like Strong Belwas cutting himself after every victory, which, besides being, you know, Daenerys needs to call up some kind of helpline for that, but it's also not very intelligent. He's probably going to die of some kind of sickness, especially if he does it now that he's been weakened by all these locusts. But yeah, and also, so that is another thing that I haven't really had to talk about yet, which is changing how good they are over time. Like the old blokes, like Harrold Langward, I judged him on how old he was when he was old, whereas presumably when he was younger, he was presumably better. Strong Belwas is probably going to be less good as a fighter now that he's been emaciated by a poison. But I mostly will judge him on when he's actually was good. Roman Papisev to the art. And so based on that, you know, he's pretty good. He beats that guy for the city of Astapor, was it? I don't remember. He beats that champion quite easily. And he showed, like, he's not just a brute, he was quite smart about it as well. So yeah, Strong Belwas, great fighter, not a good knight, I think it's fair to say. Number 36, Loreth Lansdale. So this is another of Rhaenyra's knights, another one of the 7 who rode. I'm just wondering. Oh yeah, he is. So there's 3 of them who make it to Dragonstone with her. One of them is Adrien Redfort. The other one is the one above this. Loreth Lansdale is the one who manages to do the most damage. He takes out 2 of the sort of blokes led by Alfred Broom before he gets killed. So he makes good account of himself. He's one of the 7 he rode. Pretty good all-round knight. He also has a name that kind of sounds like Lonsdale, which is why he's a Lonsdale bag. Number 35, Harold Dark. This art is by Worship Animation. And this guy is the other one who makes it to Dragonstone. He, I think the line is, his sword doesn't even clear his scabbard before he gets killed. Which kind of implies, you know, Adrien Redfort gets stabbed through the back. Dark goes, grabs his sword, is pulling it out, then gets stabbed. Loreth Lansdale has time to fight. So in that sense, Harold Dark is less effective than Lansdale in that scenario. But I think he's better for a number of reasons. He is also one of the 70 Road, but also he's quite a good counsellor. He gives advice. He's not a Lord Commander, I don't think. I don't think she appoints another one after Glendon dies. But he gives good advice. He convinces somebody, is it Duskendale, to let them in? So whoever lets them in when they're fleeing from King's Landing does it because Harrold Dark used to know that person and says, come on guys, let her in please. And they're like, oh, all right, fine. So he's pretty good on that. And then he also gives Rhaenyra advice when Rhaenyra wants to go back to Dragonstone, and he says, I don't know about that, go somewhere else. I can't remember where he says to go, but I think it's Vale of Arryn. I think it's the Eyrie, which is a good shout because there aren't any dragons left alive on the bad side, so it's pretty impregnable. And Rhaenyra does have all this latent support, which is just now gathering. Like the Vale of Arryn, the Starks, someone else. Is it the Lannisters? Not really. I can't remember who else it is. The Tyrells, maybe. Or no, someone else. But she has all this support. She just needs to wait until they're ready to fight. But she ends up dying before that, so that when they get there, she's already dead, and they end up putting Aegon III on the throne. So Harrold Dark, if she'd listened to Harrold Dark, Rhaenyra probably would have been queen. Just saying. That's pretty good Kingsguard advice. That's pretty good from Harrold Dark. He may not have managed to do as much as Loras Lansdale, but, you know, he was a better advisor. Number 34. Balon Swan. One of the best of the modern Kingsguard. And I think he is supposed to be the kind of the good knight. Everyone likes him, right? Tyrion likes him. Sansa likes him. Jaime likes him. They all think he's a good knight. Jaime trusts him to, like, be Tommen's personal guard, to, you know, watch over him and stuff. He goes off to Dawn. There's the whole thing with the possible conspiracy to have Trystane Martell killed by bandits pretending to be Tyrion's, which apparently Balon Swan was reluctant to go along with, but did because he was ordered. Now, I'm not 100% sure that actually happened, right? Doran says it happened, or that was actually a plan. Doran says it's a plan. We are in Cersei's head that whole book, and she never thinks about it, I'm pretty sure. And of course, that's a trick that Gurm often pulls with characters just not thinking about things that maybe you want to keep a secret. But still, I don't know. Maybe Balon Swan does go along with it. I'm inclined to think he doesn't. I'm inclined to think Doran's making that up for some reason. Probably to force or to maybe just to demonstrate, like, hey, I know what's going on. You don't know what's going on. Listen to me. You didn't know this was happening. Maybe that. Even though it's made up. So yeah, but he's a good knight. He's a good bloke. Jaime has a conversation with him where he asks him if his brother, if your brother comes through that door right now, because his brother's fighting for Stannis, I think, and, you know, tries to kill Tommen, what would you do? And Balon Swan says, oh, that's not going to happen, mate. And Jaime says, it happened to me. And Balon Swan is like, I would not do as you did, sir. Which is a pretty bold thing to say, isn't it? Basically saying, I'm better than you, Jaime. Without really saying that. Basically, I would kill my brother, you wouldn't kill your dad. Which is again a weird Kingsguard thing, right? Where usually that's a bad thing if you kill your brother. But if you're a Kingsguard and your brother is trying to kill your king, you know, and again, that's just words. Would Balon Swan actually do it? Maybe not. But the reason I think that is because I think he's a decent bloke and wouldn't want to kill his brother. So that's why he's so high up. I like Balon Swan. You like Balon Swan. Everyone likes Balon Swan. Just have a quick drink. I'm not used to talking this much. Number 33. Roland Craighall. This is another Duncan Egg. He's one of the Free Knights, who Willem Wilde is a member of, who takes part in that battle that I am vaguely referring to, so as not to spoil what battle it is. And I don't think there's any. He doesn't get horribly injured in it. He doesn't kill anyone, I don't think. But he does. He's one of the good knights that that Dunk thinks about. Wow, he's such a great knight. He also shows up in the next one, but doesn't do anything. And there's not even really any fanfare. He goes to pick up Dunk from somewhere. Or not the next one, in the third one. He goes to pick up Dunk, to fetch Dunk and take him to see someone else. Again, being vague, to avoid spoilers. And he's just like, all right, this bloke wants to see you. And Dunk's like, okay, and goes along. And they don't even, like, mention, I don't think they even mention, like, oh, yeah, I remember, how's it going? How's the wife? You know, all that kind of stuff. Oh, yeah, sorry, I forgot you're a Kingsguard. They don't even, like, make small talk, which I guess is a bit sad. But it's fine. But yeah, he's a good knight. It's interesting because there's a lot of... It seems like in every stage of the story, in Fire and Blood, in Dunk and Egg, in the modern series, everyone has their idea of, these are the good knights, these are what it's all about. These other blokes, they're not up to the standards. And Roland Craycall is one of the many people who are seen as, these are the good knights, these are the good blokes, kind of thing. And that's pretty good. And again, with this a lot of things is going on reputation, and it kind of just goes based on vibes, you know, like, do I feel like he's a good bloke? And with these, Roland Craycall and William Wilde and the other one, because they're in the Dunk and Egg books and we see them talking to Dunk, including when, at the start of the book, when Dunk is just some random bloke who just wanders up to the Kingsguard, I think, and starts engaging in idle chit-chat, and they're really nice to him, you know, even though he's just some peasant randomer, they don't care about him. If that was like Meryn Trant, you know, he'd have not had the time of day. But Roland Craycall, nice bloke. So that's why it's number 33. Number 32, Victor the Valiant. This is Victor from Guess Who. This is the original version of Guess Who, or at least the original version I had. And there's another version that I now have, because obviously every adult man needs to own a copy of Guess Who. Well, I don't actually, but whatever. Regardless, Victor the Valiant is this high up for two reasons. One, he was in that War for the White Cloaks. He is the third of the 5 that we have had so far. Well, we've had 3. There were 5. He's the third. And the other reason his name is the Valiant. So yeah, he's valiant. Again, it's a reputation thing, but he won that War for the White Cloaks. You know, that's a pretty big deal. And he died of sickness. He died of a fever after like 3 years. But you know, still pretty good, pretty valiant. Number 31. Ooh. Potentially another controversial one, because the Aerys II Kingsguard, you know, they are very good. I mean, 31 out of 103 is good. But, and they might be the best fighters, but this, again, fighting is only one part of being a Kingsguard. The other part is, I don't know, being a decent human being. And Gerald Hightower the White Bull, I think he's a decent human being, from what we know of him. He's a big bloke. He is, I don't know why that would make him a decent human being or not, but you kind of get that vibe of like a sort of stern authority figure who has like a sort of, he knows what's up, he knows what's down, and he's not afraid to let you know it, but, you know, he's harsh but fair. That's kind of the vibe you get from Gerald Hightower. The trouble is that part of what he thinks is up is you back the king. Jonothor Darry has his line that we're supposed to protect the queen, but not from him, not from the king. Gerald Hightower has the line, we're supposed to guard him, not judge him. And he says this to Jaime after he's standing by watching Brandon Stark and Ricard Stark horrifically killed. And the thing is that it's not just a horrific murder, you know. Ricard Stark is burned, and Aerys sets up this whole Rube Goldberg machine so that Brandon Stark is trying to get to, like, some kind of like a blade or something to cut a rope that will let Ricard Stark down, but if he goes towards it, it will strangle him. And Aerys has set it up so that Brandon Stark, of course, being a headstrong, bullish lad, just says, screw it, I'm going to go for it, and strangles himself. So Aerys II had set it up so that there was no way to survive it. It wasn't like a sort of test of will or anything. And Gerald Hightower watches this and then says his big conclusion for this is, it's fine, no judgment, guys. This is a judgment-free zone. It is not a judgment-free zone, Gerald. You've just watched possibly the most sort of complicatedly evil act in the series. Like, the amount of effort and thought and, like, Bond villain-esque stuff that went into that, and you still think, this is fine. It's okay. We're Kingsguard, aren't we? We're meant to... Like, at some point you have to question why the institution that you're in is the way it is. And you think, is this really the be-all and end-all, the ultimate moral foundation of all that is good and holy is an organisation that was set up 200 years ago to keep one guy safe? Versus watching this absolute madman burn this guy alive and strangle his son through some nefarious contraption. And the fact that Gerald Hightower sees that Jaime obviously is doubting this, and he doesn't take this as a thing that's like, maybe I'm in over my head here, maybe I've gotten desensitized to this, maybe something is up. He says, no, double down, this is fine. To be honest, because of that, 31 is probably too high. It's probably too high. But at the same time, he's a good fighter. He has some kind of code. He has more to him than, say, I don't know, Steffon Darklyn. Sorry, no offense, Steffon Darklyn. No, he didn't mean to pick you out specifically, but he is part of this legendary Kingsguard. He's a leader of that legendary Kingsguard. So he does get props for that, but so much is taken away from him because of that Aerys II stuff. And of course, him plus Arthur Dane plus Oswell Went loses to Ned and the Secret Seven. You know, it's not that impressive. Number 30, getting into the top 30 now. Red Robert Flowers. Yep, so this is another Jaime gobbing off in his chapter with Loras, saying about how all these great Kingsguard, and it's also in another chapter where he's in the Kingsguard like chamber, looking around and thinking, wow, all these great people were sat here once: Barristan Selmy, Gerald Hightower, Red Robert Flowers. So he's in that as well. And he's a bastard who became a Kingsguard Lord Commander, which is impressive. So he must have been good. He has a good reputation, but beyond that, I'm not falling over myself. I think also he might not have actually been mentioned as one of the most amazing people when Jaime is talking to Loras. I think that's why he's down this low, because the people who are in that, where he says these are like the most amazing Kingsguard, and that Loras says as being the most amazing Kingsguard, I think they're quite a lot higher. And the reason why Red Robert Flowers is lower is because he was maybe good but not amazing. Number 29. The Great Heart. It's the Great Heart, the Mega Baboon Great Heart. So he has a cool name, doesn't he? He's another one of those who gets mentioned in this chapter. We don't know his name. We have only this nickname. I think he's the only one here who's known exclusively by a nickname. Possibly. But yeah, I mean, he has a great heart. That's good. He's a good guy. Again, so the thing is that if we did know more about the Great Heart, or if we had more sort of evidence to back up, if you in an all-seeing eye could tap me on the shoulder and say, yeah, so Jaime isn't just sort of misty-eyed about the Great Heart, he actually is really as good as Jaime says, then I'd be like, okay, I guess I've got to put him like 5th or something. But since all we have to go on is Jaime, and Jaime is not like the authority on everything, he's not like a historical scholar, he's just one guy, do I really want to put him like above really good people purely on the basis of what Jamie thinks? Not really. So yeah, that's why he's this low. But maybe if we knew more, he would probably be higher. Number 28. So one of the things about Fire and Blood is that the section on the Dance with Dragons, which covers about 2 years, takes up about a third of the book. And the section on Aegon the First is like way smaller. And most of that Aegon the First stuff is the Conquest, which takes about 2 years or something. And the rest of the Aegon the First stuff, like 30 years of his reign, is just Gurm like being like, oh, for God's sake, do we have to do this? Can we not get onto just get onto the Sons of the Dragon stuff, which is way more interesting? And it is. I like the Sons of the Dragon. It's one of the best bits. Aenys and Maegor and all that stuff. It's very fun. But he's clearly just like, I guess I have to do something with Aegon the First. And there's a bunch of like big milestones, like the setting up of the Kingsguard. So, you know, some people try to attack Aegon or something, and it's fine, and he survives. But then Visenya's like, you need guards, and he's like, I have guards. And then Visenya like tries to stab him, and he's like, your guards didn't stop me from stabbing you. And Aegon's like, oh yeah, fair enough. So he's like, solution, more guards. And these are the guards he comes up with, or Visenya comes up with. She comes up with the vowels and all that. So we have the names of the first 7 Kingsguard of Aegon the First. And we also have a line by Fire and Blood bloke, Archmaester Gildane, where he tells us that of all the Kingsguards to ever serve, this is the best one. So, you know, that's pretty high praise. He's basically saying that these 7 are the best. He has that sort of like blanket compliment that he gives them all. He says they're like brave and good at fighting and good with weapons and stuff, and all the things, all that good stuff. Griffith good stuff. But we have nothing else about them at all. So it's another Greatheart situation and Red Robert Flowers situation where I just don't have anything to go on. You've told me they're amazing. You told me basically they should be top 10, all of them, and you haven't given me any. So I don't know if that's like just, oh well, it's a long time ago. They were the first ones. They must have been good. Everyone said at the time, "Wow, these guys are great," but they didn't know what was coming, so they didn't have anything to compare them to. So I put them all here. I put them all in a row, all 7 of them, and I separated them this way. So Griffith Good is the worst because he is the younger brother of Gregor Good. Or he might not actually be the younger brother, but he's mentioned second. So I'm like, nepotism, maybe, bit of nepotism. These 2 are last though because either way, one of them might have been gotten in because of nepotism by the other. So they're both the last 2. These are all from CK3. There's a CK3 thing. Richard Root is next because he probably wasn't nepotism because there's no other root in it, but there's nothing else to go on, and he is not as impressive as the other 4, which are Robin Darklyn, Dark Robin, who is here exclusively because of his cool name, which is Dark Robin, which is also kind of, it straddles that Dark Star line of cool and extremely not cool at the same time. Like a robin is not a particularly threatening bird. Despite what Robin here on the left would have you believe. Which leaves the other 3. We have 24, Humphrey the Mummer. This is Humphrey the Hamster. Here exclusively because he's like a hedge knight, so how on earth did he get in? He must have been really, really good. Also, he's the Mummer, so maybe he's like a sort of master of disguise. He has them all going to him. That's nice. Number 23 is Addison Hill, the Bastard of Cornfield. This is an actual person called Addison Hill who is some kind of sportsman. Possibly American because I got the image from ESPN. He's a Lord Commander, so again, a lowborn person, a bastard, who rises to be Lord Commander. That's pretty good. But the best of all is Corlys Velaryon. No, not that one, because he is apparently really, really good, and everyone says he is, and he's the Lord Commander. And he is who the Corlys Velaryon in the Dance of the Dragons is named after. So yeah, that's Aegon the First 7. There they are. I've ranked them. But really, there's not a huge amount to go on for any of them. So, but that did burn through some time, didn't it? So now we're at number 21. And we will call this... What do we mean we'll call this? 21. Ooh. Robert Strong. Ooh, we're kind of revealing there, aren't we? The next one is a Lord Commander. Which one could it be? So Robert Strong is... he's very difficult to rank, much like the one above this, actually. Because we have basically nothing to go on that's concrete, but we have lots of possibilities. So is he the Mountain? Is he just the Mountain who's been kept alive through medical means? And Qyburn was lying about him dying. If so, then he is a very, very, very good fighter, but also a horrendous human being. Okay, so that's one option. Option 2, he is just a new guy, in which case he's kind of unproven, but he's a massive, 8-foot-tall mega man who is probably going to be pretty good at fighting, and his morals we know nothing about. Or is he a resurrected corpse of some kind using some kind of dark magic? In which case he is a completely open-ended question. We have no idea how good of a fighter that will be. See, the thing is, I don't think this will happen. I don't think that Robert Strong will go up in a trial against Theoden Wells or someone, and Theoden Wells will just beat him easily. And Cersei will be humiliated as well as exposed that it is some kind of zombie. But that could happen. It could happen. It might feel like a anticlimax or like a letdown, but at the same time, if viewed from Cersei's perspective, it's kind of more. It has a certain farcical comedy and also a kind of more emotion, like, oh God, I trusted Qyburn. Qyburn's an idiot. He's messed this up. I mean, I don't think Qyburn's an idiot, but maybe Qyburn, this is obviously a prototype. It's not actually as good as Qyburn thinks it is. Oh no, I've lost. It's horrible. Oh no, I should have gone with Boris Blount instead. That kind of thing. That could happen. So, ranking Robert Strong is based entirely on which one of those you think is the most likely. Or whether he's a necromancy zombie who will be really, really good. And I think I kind of tipped my hand on that in the video I did about the trial by 7 with Robert Strong, where I said basically he's going to take on 15 people and win. Or 13 people even. Oh, 13. Interesting. So in that sense, I think that he's probably is a really, really good fighter. But at the same time, I don't want him as a Kingsguard because he's probably some kind of zombie. And if he's not, he's probably the Mountain. So those two things balance out. And you have Sandor Clegane, for example, who's a horrible person down at 85. And a good fighter who is probably not that much worse than the Mountain. But the thing is, Robert Strong might be leagues ahead of the Mountain. He might have silly magic powers, and I don't want him to have silly magic powers, really. At least not in a way that is sort of long-term. If he reveals his secret silly magic powers at the trial, wipes the floor with not only the 7 fighting him, but the 6 who betrayed him, including Moonboy, but Moonboy survives, of course, then it's like a big, oh my god, this is massive. But then if he ceases to be like a sort of player on the board, he just runs off and no one knows where he went, or he is killed by some sort of magic, or by someone with a torch or something, someone sets him on fire, then it is kind of like, wow, that was amazing, that was really, really powerful, but it doesn't feel cheaty in a way because it's not actually changed the dynamic. It's not like Cersei's just pulled this stupid thing out of her ass and just been extremely lucky and stuff. So the scale of Robert Strong's abilities range from he's basically a scarecrow to he's the greatest fighter that has ever or could ever exist. And the scale of his morals go from basically non-existent, he's a walking automatron, to the worst human being who ever existed. How do you judge that? How do you find a place in the ranking for that? I found 21. So I'm going to assume he's a really, really good fighter, but also a zombie. And this is where I put him at 21. Number 20. And you think I spent ages banging on about Robert Strong. It's going to take even longer to talk about this one. Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer. I realise I might have accidentally revealed it because I sort of showed you half of Tommen and the Lord Commander, and that's the only other Lord Commander is with Tommen. So Jaime Lannister. Oh, he's probably our record holder for number of kings served so far at 4. That will be beaten, but yeah. I'm just trying to think of things to avoid having to justify this. Okay, so Jaime Lannister is another one where whereas with Robert Strong, it's all about what is actually the truth, what is actually going on. That's what makes it hard to judge. With Jaime Lannister, it's instead, we know lots and lots of things which are true in the confines of the story, but how do you reconcile them? So Jaime Lannister killed his king. I don't think anyone else on here killed their king. Some of them tried to, possibly. Like maybe Mervyn Flowers was involved in a coup that would have done it. Maybe some of the Maegor people might have done it. We don't know. Maybe, there's people who might have tried or might have done it, but the only one who we know definitely did kill his king is Jaime Lannister. It's there in his name, the Kingslayer. So, dead last, right? Surely, dead last. Alternatively, he saved King's Landing. He protected the innocent, he protected the weak. He prevented them all from being burnt in the horrible fiery mess. That might be the most altruistic act of anyone here. It might be the most good for the small folk act. So, number 1, right? Best of the best. Better even than any of these people, I think, above it. So how do you reconcile that? Especially when you throw in everything else as well, because it's not just those two things. It's not just 2 individual actions. It's his entire life of him, like, having to serve Aerys II and being afraid and sort of wanting to do something about how evil Aerys II is, and, like, turning to these extremely noble, like, great white knights of his age and saying, surely there's something wrong here, Jonothor Darry. Surely there's something wrong here, Gerald Hightower. And they're saying, no, it's fine. Just do what you're told. And he's just a kid, so he doesn't really know. And but then you have him growing up and in the Robert years, sort of, cucking the king and siring bastards, going beyond his oaths there of him. That's pretty treasonous, pretty bad for the old Kingsguard oath, pretty destabilising for the realm. And then you have the things that he does in the actual story proper, like pushing Bran out of a window. He defenestrates a child. Mervyn Flowers, who is dead last, he's dead last because he facilitated the defenestration of a child. Because he stood back and sort of whistled and pretended that he was, like, checking his watch or something while someone else defenestrated a child. Jaime Lannister definitely actually did that and didn't even really feel that bad about it at the time. How can he be number 20? How can he... So that's the thing, you can put him 103rd and say, how on earth is he not number 1? And you can put him number 1 and say, how is he not 103rd? So again, you have to find a balance somewhere between those 2 massive extremes. And, I mean, again, fighting, okay? Kingsguard, if this was a purely fighting-based one, and you didn't even take into account any of that moral stuff at all, he'd still be impossible to rank because he's insanely good when he has 2 hands, and then when he has 1 hand, he's a guy with 1 hand, and it's not even his good hand. So he gets beat by it in pain. Whereas when he has 2 hands, he's not only, like, really good, like, he's really, really good. Like, when he's, like, manacled, he's, like, tied up, and he still almost beats Brienne when his hands are tied with, like, chains. It's just, how do you rank someone like Jaime Lannister? I would be very interested to see where you put him in your ranking, like, because it could genuinely be anywhere between number 1 and number 103. And I've gone for 20 because, okay, so the defenestration of a child is pretty bad. And I think that's the worst act. But Mervyn Flowers didn't do anything good, whereas Jaime Lannister does a lot of things good. And if you were to say, and obviously it isn't this situation, but if it's a trolley problem, you say, defenestrate one child or allow the kingdom to be burnt. I suppose how many children are you allowed to defenestrate if you save an entire city? Sort of morally speaking, like when he goes up to the pearly gates, and God is or Saint Peter or whoever it is sat there saying, "Did push a child out of a window that one time, didn't you?" And he says, "But I saved an entire city of hundreds of thousands of people, including many, many children. So, And Saint Peter's like, "But you didn't need to defenestrate a child." And he's like, "Well, but don't I get like one free child defenestration coupon if I save a city?" I wonder if YouTube will pick up defenestrating children as a demonetizable offence. I guess we'll see. But I guess that is how I have to reconcile it. It is scale. Jaime Lannister does more on a grand scale good than he does evil. Even though you could blame him for the entire War of the Five Kings, because otherwise there wouldn't have been children who were blonde, so Stannis wouldn't have had a claim, and Ned wouldn't have done what he did. That is more indirect, though, and I don't know. It's less purposeful. I think it's reckless, but it's not as evil. Have I talked about that enough? It's very difficult, isn't it? Okay, do let me know in the comments where you would rank him. Whether or not you would rank him below number 19, Roland Darklyn, a.k.a. Roland Rat, who is voting for the lepers. A lot of my cultural touchstones is based on this episode of The Weakest Link, which it says a lot. But Roland Darklyn then is somebody who is mentioned by Jaime Lannister, and Jaime Lannister thinks highly of. And actually, we have so Jaime Lannister in that chapter where he's talking to Loras basically does this Kingsguard ranking. Him and Loras are sat down ranking the Kingsguard. And Jaime says, "You've heard of Roland Darklyn, right? He was Kingsguard for a single day. He was made a Kingsguard on the battlefield, and then he died." And Loras says, "Well, can't have been very good then." Jaime says, "Oh, well, his king survived." And I think that is, all we have on Roland Darklyn. He was a Kingsguard for a day. He fought in a battle. He died in that battle, but Jaime kind of implies that his efforts contributed to them winning the battle and or the king surviving, which is pretty good. I think if you're doing like bang for your buck, like who gets the most done in their time, Roland Darklyn probably one of the best. But the 1 day thing does mean he can't really be any higher than this. But still, I think that's pretty. I think that it kind of is an encapsulation of the self-sacrifice element of the Kingsguard. The idea of you just rock up, you become a Kingsguard, and then, like sort of with the Osmond Kettleblack thing, the White Cloak does things to you. Now you are willing to self-sacrifice, and because maybe he was before, who knows? But if so, that's a good thing. But it's like it's sort of like the speed run of be a Kingsguard. Become a Kingsguard, fight in the battle, serve your king, protect your king, die. Job's a good one. There you are. And of course, we don't know which king it was. It was a battle, which presumably a king was also fighting in. So it could have been. What king fought in battles that we don't have any of their Kingsguard? Maybe Daeron the First, although he did die in a battle, so it probably wouldn't have been that one. Anyone else? I think probably Daeron the First, judging by that. Unless Aegon the Fifth was, I think Aegon the Fifth may have gone to battle and rode out to fight, like Daemon the Third, maybe. So it could have been that one. But yeah, either way, pretty good. I think, shall I have one final pause there? Yeah, I think I will. Right, so we're at the last 18, the usual number that you round to. So let's see who we've got. Number 18. Sam Good of Sour Hill, aka Sour Sam. I don't. There were no images of Sam Good of Sour Hill, which is a weird place for a name, and I guess calling him Sour Sam is very normative determinism, because he's an old bloke, right? And this is the thing. So he is one of the 5 who wins in the War for the White Cloaks. He's the 4th one on our list, so the 2nd best. And he's an old guy, but he's really good at fighting still. And so what he has is he's apparently quicker than a man half his age or something. I can't remember how old he is specifically. Maybe like 60s, 50s. And that sort of old people being very good at fighting is like a thing in A Song of Ice and Fire a lot. You've got like Barristan, other examples that exist. Like, I guess, Mance Rayder is quite old. But the point is that, and of course he is Maegor Brightflame, so he's 68. So, yeah, the fact that he's old would usually count against him, as it did with like Harrold Langward and Harlon Grandison. But he's obviously pretty good, and he doesn't really decline or deteriorate. He just dies of illness. But he's also like he's quite a nice, a cool character. You know, classic old bloke who's good at fighting, like tough, no nonsense, like that kind of, but not like sort of not a drill sergeant, more a sort of like, I don't know. You know what I mean. If you've read the story, you know what I mean. You know what he's like, even though he has barely anything to do or any characterization. You just know, and that character that you're thinking of, that is a good character. It's a good guy to have as a Kingsguard knight. Like, he has some coolish line when they come to take away Jaehaerys and his child bride. Something like, you know, he's the king, not you, he says to Rhaegar Baratheon. So how can I justify him being this high, though? It's mostly just because he's cool, and because he is good, you know. He's Sour Sam. I just like him. Number 17. And, you know, sometimes you are allowed to just like Sour Sam, who is a lemon with arms. Number 17, Joffrey Norcross, a.k.a. Never Yield. This is, so as I've said about 40 times now, this is one of the Jamie and Loras discussion podcast on Kingsguard Knights ones. There's no information about him. That's fine. His name is Never Yield, so I'm guessing he never yielded. And he's one of the ones that, I don't think he's a specifically, wow, that guy's really amazing one, but his name is Never Yield. Which is an interesting name to acquire as a nickname, because it presumably means that at some point, I mean, Never Yield implies that this has happened multiple times, that someone has asked him to yield and he refused and then survived that. Maybe it only happened once and he got the nickname from that. Maybe he said, I never yield, and did something like that. Similarly to like how Regis Groves refused to kneel to where's Regis Groves? He's down at 77. But he didn't get called Never Yield because he died. So presumably Joffrey Norcross survived, and did so by some incredible feat of beating the shit out of about 15 people. This is all speculation, but I don't know how you get the name Never Yield otherwise. So yeah, that's why he's so high. Number 16, Lewin Martell. Now, you might question why he's ranked higher than, especially Gerald Hightail, White Bull. Because this art, by the way, is by Gutter1333, who also I nicked the Gerald Hightail one from. Because Lewin Martell, when Jamie sort of lists off the Kingsguard, when he's talking to his Kingsguard, and he's thinking, oh god, these are nothing like back in my day, we knew what Kingsguard were. And he says, I served under Arthur Dane, he's really good. I served under Gerald Hightower, who's really, really good. I served under Barris and Selmy. And those three are like the really, really good ones. And then he's like, and I also learnt from Lewin Martell and Oswell Went and Jonothor Darry. They were good guys as well. They were good knights. And so clearly in Jamie's mind, there's those two tiers, you know. And Gerald Hightower is clearly a tier above Lewin Martell. So why is Lewin Martell much higher? Well, one is that we don't have any evidence of Lewin Martell sort of making excuses for Aerys II. You kind of have to presume that he did in some way because he was serving him. But then again, possibly Lewin Martell was like assigned to guard, I don't know, Rhaella. Not Rhaella. What's her name? Elia Martell. Is that? Yeah. His niece, sister, his sister. Is that right? No. Yes, niece. No. I forget about it. He's relative of some description. Maybe he was guarding her, and so then wasn't like involved because Jamie doesn't really have any personal anecdotes about him. So maybe he's slightly more more detached from Aerys II's shenanigans because of that. And the other thing is that, of course, another bad thing about him is he has a paramour. Kingsguard aren't supposed to have that. Obviously, as I've said, don't care that hugely about it, but it's still a negative check mark. So why is he so high? And he dies in battle as well. Another negative thing. He dies in battle, he gets mortally wounded and then finished off by Lyn Corbray, who's not that impressive and is possibly a nonce. So how does it... Well, you know... How is he this high? And the answer is, I put him this high, and then I merged a bunch of things, and then to move him any further down would have been really difficult. But then the other thing is also that, well, I've had to crop him out and do it again. But so, realistically, he probably should be, like, here, maybe. Should be just above Gerald Hightower. But the reason why I put him this high is because, unlike most of these characters, especially these other ones, these Aegon rubbishers and the Great Heart, we do actually have some personal anecdotes of him. You know, Adrien Martell remembers him just being like, has fond memories of him, like being like a nice uncle or great uncle or whatever relative he was. And Aerys Oakhart says, I never knew him personally, but everyone agrees he was great. Which is less personal, but mainly the Adrien one. And then the Martells also being like, oh, we loved good old Uncle Lewin, he was great, everyone loved him. So with that sense, that's really why he's there. He just seems like a nice guy. He's not... You don't get the sense he's a horrible person in any sense that a lot of people are on this list. He's just very chill, very laid back. He's the only Dornish person on here, I think. It's like with Sour Sam, it's purely a matter of taste, a matter of how much you like them. I can fully understand ranking him like much lower, because I probably should have done and just couldn't be bothered to rejig the ranking. But also at the same time, I do kind of stand by this, because the reason why I put him this high, he's a great knight. And he's also a nice bloke. So there you go. Number 15. Into the top 15 now. Not many left. Donald of Duskendale. This is the last of the Dunk and Egg three, those three knights. And he's the best one. He's also interestingly mentioned by Jamie in that chapter. He says, and it's sort of in the list of knights that are good, but you aren't famous necessarily. And he says, Donald of Duskendale. And Loras says, I've heard of the name, but... And so the fact that Loras has heard his name is kind of telling, because he's in Dunk and Egg. He's not the Lord Commander. He doesn't do anything massively interesting. He does in the battle that I'm not going to tell you anything more about, because for some reason I've decided that's a major spoiler, even though it really isn't. I'm pretty sure it's probably in the trailer that I haven't seen. In the fight that he's involved in, he kills a bloke pretty much instantly. Neither of the other two do. He's again, like Roland Craighall, like Willem Wilde, he's really nice to Dunk. He's Dunk thinks of him as this amazing guy. And then I think he does something later on. He's also in... he's just a continually good Kingsguard doing continually good things for his kings. And you just get the sense of him being a good bloke. Jamie mentions him. He's probably in Jamie's top 15, given that Jamie is listing out all these good Kingsguard who maybe you haven't heard of. Number 15 might shock you, kind of thing. And yeah, look at it, he's ginger. I mean, what more can you ask for? Number 14. So this is the possibly non-canon one. Raynard Baratheon. This amazing high-quality image is from the TV show. He's facing away. That's a helmet facing away. Because he's facing towards an assassin that's coming to kill Aenys. Now, this is the only Kingsguard who we have who served Aenys. There were probably some of Maegor's did, maybe. Who knows? But also maybe not. Who knows? Nobody knows. But so he was in, I think, World of Ice and Fire, and then written out of it, or he was in it and then wasn't mentioned in Fire and Blood, or there was some reason why he was written out. But what he did was, some people tried to assassinate Aenys, Raymond killed them. Which, when you think about it, that is basically the whole point of the Kingsguard. They're personal bodyguards to the king. They have a bunch of other different things that we've tacked onto that, because being a bodyguard is kind of boring and isn't that interesting. Like, the guards are really interesting characters in stories. I remember the opening to Guards by Terry Pratchett is like dedicating the book to all of the people who, in a story, who at some point someone shouts guards, and they know, oh god, I'm going to have to run in and get killed by some plucky upstart hero, aren't I? God, another day, another death. Because that's guards. And defending your king from assassins is pretty much the thing that they're supposed to do. And I'm just scrolling down here, thinking of who we know did that. I'm not seeing any. Yet there is one above. I remember. Well, Strong Belwas, does he help defend against that assassin Daenerys, or is that just Arston Whitebeard? Don't tell me. I haven't. I feel like I've got a fear about Arston Whitebeard, but I haven't gotten to. I'm still halfway through book 3, so I'm not too sure yet. But don't spoil anything for me. But yeah, scrolling further. Are there any others who explicitly save from assassins? Which is the whole point of being a guard? Maybe these guys at some point? Well, not assassins, but people attacking. Don't know. So Raynard Baratheon, he's the only one who actually read the job description instead of like the list of perks and we may require you to lead an army at some point. All those bits. He read the core job description. He's like, yep, got it. Save you from assassins. Survive the ordeal myself. Grand stuff. I'm a Baratheon, which is interesting. I'm the only Baratheon on this list. Maybe a son of Orys who joined the Kingsguard, because, friend of Aegon, that kind of thing. Who knows? But then written out of the Fire and Blood and possibly not canon anymore. So there you go. But still managed to make it to number 14. Number 13, unlucky 13, is the Demon of Darry. And you know what? Let's do number 12 as well. Alan Connington, the Pale Griffin. These are both Lord Commanders. These are both mentioned by Jamie twice, I think, when he's sitting in that solar thinking about Lord Commanders, as you do. And when he's banging on about Kingsguard to Loras, both times he's like, wow, these guys are amazing. Wow, they're really good. They're so amazing. We know nothing about them. They have kind of cool names. The Demon of Darry. See, that sounds like a bad thing, right? It sounds like a bad thing. But then Jamie says, he describes these as exalted company, is the phrase, the Walder phrase, when he's thinking about him sitting in the Kingsguard, common room, rec room. And that also applies to the Pale Griffin, and I think maybe also Red Robert Flowers. So I don't think he's called the Demon of Darry because of something bad he did. It's probably just like he fights like a demon or something. But still, I ranked him lower than Alan Collington because of that. Because maybe the demon implies some sort of immorality of some kind. While Alan Collington, he's a Collington. Everyone loves a Collington. And he's Alan Sugar in this instance. But I'm glad we can get rid of those sort of name-only people. You can see the name-only people here at the start because they don't actually, or the people who we don't actually know who they served. We've now done all of them. And now we're on to people who we actually know what king they served. So in number 11, Gwayne Corbray. We'll hide that G. Or maybe it wasn't a G, you don't know. So he is pretty cool in a lot of ways. This art is by the Marquis Gallery. Gwayne Corbray is best known for the Blackfire Rebellion. He was on there on the second side, of course. And he has this massive, big old battle with Daemon Blackfire. And the line on the wiki, I looked in the book to see if it was a direct quote from the book, but it isn't. It's just a line in the wiki that the Gwayne Corbray and Daemon Targaryen duelled a horse for an hour. So the fact that them two together couldn't even beat a horse is kind of embarrassing. But the alternative way of looking at that is that they were fighting each on a horse for an hour. Which is a long time to have a fight, isn't it? To the point where, like, there's an alternative story of the Arik versus Eric Cargyll battle, where they fight for, like, hours on end or whatever. And the Gildane's like, this probably didn't happen. And you're like, yeah, that's probably silly. At some point, you're going to get tired. But this is like a historical event with Gwayne Corbray. Loads of witnesses and stuff, and it's way more recent. So you think, yeah, this is something that actually happened. And him arriving with a bunch of troops, by the way, is what maybe stops Daemon from winning the Battle of Redgrass Field. This is like the big battle, the one time when the Blackfires actually had a chance. And I think it's one of the things where Eustace in the Dunk and Egg books, isn't a spoiler? Oh, maybe it is. Whatever. He's thinking about how the Blackfire rebellions could have won, and he's saying, wow, it came down to such these thin margins, you know. And I think Gwayne Corbray is one of those thin margins, arriving at the time he did. He did have this massive knockdown, drag-out fight with Daemon Blackfire in order to save his king, Daeron II, you know, or to protect his throne. And Gwayne Corbray does lose. He does lose. But, I mean, it's still impressive what he does. And I think he is kind of integral to stopping the Blackfires from winning. And that's why he gets number 11. But if you die in battle, I mean, there are people above him who died in a fight, but considering that Gwayne Corbray, it's his only fight that we really know about, you know, the fact that he dies in it. There's someone who is up very high who dies in a fight, but they've fought loads and loads of times. There's only one other person in the top 10 who dies in a fight who doesn't really fight that often. But even they had some victories. Gwayne Corbray, I don't think we know if he had any. But still, he's sort of a living legend. Well, a dead legend, not a living legend. He's a legend to the Dunk and Egg people, because it's so recent. He's kind of was previously living in our lifetime legend, that kind of thing. But we're now up to the top 10. The 10 best Kingsguard, the top 10%. I mean, look, down to 103. So, you have not been keeping track. There is no way you've kept track. But you'll probably have some in your hand right now. You'll be thinking, yep, they haven't been said yet. Yep, they haven't been said that yet. They haven't been said yet. And this at number 10 might be one of those. In fact, it probably is one of those. And when I reveal it, you're probably going to be enraged. Because it is Arthur Dayne, the Sword of the Morning. Okay. So, Arthur Dayne is the best knight ever in the known universe, etc., according to a lot of people. But when you actually look at what he did, what evidence he has to his name, and I'm not saying that his reputation is necessarily overblown, but if you look at, there's so many people on this list who have nothing but reputation. You know, Alan Collington, Demon of Darry. You have people like, Robert Strong's reputation, in a sense, is kind of part of this. The Aegon the First lot, where they're only this high because Gildane offhandedly says so. Greatheart, Rev Robert Flowers, Gerald Hightower, all these people, it's all reputation. And they're much lower. Arthur Dayne, of course, has more than just reputation. He does have genuine feats of victory. He wins a few tournaments, and he takes on the Kingswood Brotherhood. And in taking on the Kingswood Brotherhood, he also shows that he's quite smart, because he doesn't just fight. He knows he needs to win the hearts and minds of the people in order to get them to support the regime rather than Robin Hood and his merry men. So he's pretty smart. He's a pretty good fighter. He defeats the Smiling Knight. Impressive, I guess. But for somebody who is so obviously meant to be the best fighter ever, there's not that much. Part of it is because he's so young. He's like in his 20s. And I think this is not supposed to be in universe. I fully accept it. It's not supposed to be like a big reputation thing and nothing else. I think somebody asked him who would win in a fight between Arthur Dayne and somebody, maybe Barristan Selmy, or someone else really, really good. And Gurm said it'd be even unless Arthur Dayne has Dawn, in which case he wins. So obviously Arthur Dayne is supposed to be the big guy. He's supposed to be basically the best. He's basically number one, number two on this list. But based on what's in the actual text, so part of that is he has Dawn. He has a special fancy sword, which is kind of cheating, if you ask me. But whatever. That does count against him slightly. But the main thing that counts against him, there's one more, which is that he goes off with Gerald Hightower and Oswell Went, I think, to find Rhaegar, or some combination thereof goes off to find Rhaegar, and then they next show up when Ned and his band of cretins arrives. And so what did Arthur Dayne do? Why is he being left at this place to guard Lyanna? There's questions about him being about those three the Targaryen people being involved in the kidnap of Lyanna, or being involved in helping conceal her and all this, which again they are being told to do. And one thing that we didn't really mention with the Jaehaerys the First lot is that big scene where they defend the king and the queen against Rhaegar. I mentioned it a little bit with Sam Good. But it will come up later, because I am going to rank that as a good thing as a Kingsguard, even though it's not necessarily a good thing for King Jaehaerys to do. And so again, I should really be even here and say these blokes are protecting Lyanna and Rhaegar, and that's good, even if the actions of Rhaegar are questionable. But the problem there is that the actions of Rhaegar are potentially very questionable, in that Lyanna made, as the story goes that we understand it, she was not on board with this whole being kidnapped thing. They may change that in future, but it's very different to the Jaehaerys Alysanne situation. The other thing is that the Jaehaerys Alysanne might start a war. The Rhaegar Lyanna thing has already started a war that could potentially be ended if Rhaegar and Lyanna were gotten rid of. So the actions of Arthur Dayne and that lot do matter a lot more. So there's a lot more sort of morally questionable things going on with defending them, especially with the fight that eventually happens, because, well, what is the point? Surely they all want the same thing. They're all trying to protect Lyanna and the child. And isn't Aerys already done by that point? So yeah. But the biggest reason why I can't really put Arthur Dayne any higher than this is because though he has a couple of successes, he dies fighting to Ned Stark and a bunch of jokers from the north, like a Liddle and an Aldi. It's not, you know. So there are more of them than he has. There's 3 Kingsguard versus 7 blokes, but that is in real life probably quite overwhelming odds. But in A Song of Ice and Fire, I mean, we have the example of Jon and Pip and Gren defeating 7 Night's Watch blokes, right? And in that scenario, you do have, if you expect Arthur Dayne to just be leagues ahead of everyone else, then that should be a fairly comparable situation where Jon is leagues ahead of everyone else, and they win. They win that fight. Arthur Dayne loses his fight. And that's the thing, Arthur Dayne loses his fight. He gets beaten by Ned and Howland Reed, a frogman. And you can talk to me for as long as you like about Howland Reed warging Arthur Dayne, or some other such mysterious magical shenanigans, or stabbing him in the back, or anything you want. The bottom line is, he's still lost. He's still not beaten. There's only one other person, I think, in this top 10 who did that. Some of them are undefeated, in a sense. Some of them aren't. But only one of them died in battle, I think, other than Arthur Dayne. And that person has a lot more going on to them. They have a lot more pluses in their column than Arthur Dayne does. Because there's things with Arthur Dayne, like Jaime Lannister, for example, says to his 5 Kingsguard, who are... He says this to Osmond Kettleblack, to Balon Swan, Meryn Trant, Boros Blount, and I think Loras Tyrell. Who is the other person who is Kingsguard at that time? Aris Oakeyes and Dorne. He says to them, those 5 that I've mentioned, Arthur Dayne could have killed you all with his left hand whilst taking a piss with his right. And obviously he's exaggerating, right? But, well, obviously he's exaggerating. That's the whole thing. Arthur Dayne's mythos is built up in the minds of all sorts of people who idolised him, like Jaime, who saw him as this great, sparkling knight wielding this magical sword, and say things like that, which are obviously not true, because they're obviously not true, right? He couldn't beat 2 people, Ned Stark and Howland Reed. And I don't think we know the specifics of how the dynamics went with that fight, but him and 2 mates couldn't beat 7 blokes, one of whom was Howland Reed, and the other 6 of whom were Ned and some random Northerners who aren't especially impressive, historically speaking. There's no way there's no way Howard Dean could beat Loras Tyrell and Osmond Kettleblack and Balon Swan left-handed, right? It's not going to happen. Maybe he's dual wielding. Maybe that's what Jaime meant when he's taking a piss for his right. He's dual wielding like in the show. The point of all that is to say, Arthur Dayne is overrated. I've still put him 10th, mind. He's still top 10 out of 103. I'm still saying he's really good. Just not the best. Sorry. Number 9. Oh, it's my favourite to pronounce. It's Ryam Redwine. Now, the trouble is that every single one of these is going to have to be okay, I'm justifying why this person is higher than Arthur Dayne. And some of them I'm more confident in justifying that. But most of them, I'm just going to point you back to the fact that this person did not die in a silly battle against Ned Stark and a frog. Ryam Redwine doesn't die in battle. His achievements are, he does some things. It's sort of that Jaehaerys the First stuff where there isn't really any big battles to be involved in, and not really much fighting going on. But and he's not. Well, he's Viserys the First as well. I just have a drink. I'm starting to lose my voice. Luckily, there's only 9 left. So he doesn't have that much amazing stuff, but he does do some, like, he's a good tawny knight again. He's involved in that big old Clement Crab bust-up. He unhorses Lawrence Roxton, I think that's why I ranked Lawrence Roxton so low, because he gets... The only thing we know about him is he loses a tournament to Ryan Redwine. God, it's worse than Shrewishness. Ryan Redwine died of Shrewishness. Try saying that 5 times. Beyond that, he's Ryan Redwine. He's another... The thing is, Ryan Redwine, right? He's basically... has the reputation of Arthur Dane, but doesn't die stupidly, and does win a few tournaments. That's literally it. I don't feel like I need to explain myself anymore. Number 8. See, the thing is, this might initially seem more egregious. Oh, I forgot why I sometimes do this, right? I sometimes fixate on a single word, and so keep saying it over and over again. I don't know why, but it's not as egregious, as I said, as it may seem more than Ryan Redwine that Pate the Woodcock is this high. This is by Game of Sloanes. It's this wonderful piece of artwork. But I actually feel fairly confident with this one. So Pate the Woodcock is the last of Jaehaerys's 5 who get chosen by the big old battle melee. He fights with a spear, which... So, I can't remember where I've got this from, but the spear is like one of the oldest weapons that humans have, you know. Sort of, in civilization, it's one of the first things you research, that kind of thing. It's generally seen as quite a bad weapon, right? It's hard to win with a spear, because someone else can just sort of knock it aside. To win with a spear in a fight, you kind of need a lot of people in like a phalanx or something. So just having one bloke with a spear, like Mira Reed with her frog spear, or Oberyn Martell with his spear, is quite skillful, right? You need to be quite skillful. And Mira Reed is fighting against like frogs, so it's fishing more than fighting. But Oberyn Martell, Pate the Woodcock, it's pretty impressive that they're able to do this with just a spear. I can do it with a broken spear. Pate the Woodcock, on top of winning the War for the White Cloaks, despite people being like, is he actually a knight? And then he gets knighted by one of the people above him in this ranking. Aside from that, which is a boost, he also, and this is interesting, so Jaehaerys the First spars with all of these people, all of his first 7, and they have a little competition to see who can kill him the most. Sort of, fake kill him, like, in a sparring thing, you hit him in the head with your wooden sword, you've killed him. He would be dead if that was a real sword. And Pate the Woodcock wins that competition. So he is the best out of those 7 at killing a king. Which is maybe not a good thing for a Kingsguard, but you know what I mean, right? He's clearly the best at actually fighting. He's better than Sam Good. He's better than Lawrence Roxton. He's better than all these weirdos. Victor the Valiant, William the Wasp. He's even better than the 2 that are ranked above him, because they're ranked above him for other reasons. But that's pretty good, and that's consistent. That's in the same way that Sam Good is old because he's had a bunch of experience and killed a bunch of people and been in loads of battles. Pate the Woodcock shows over the long haul that he is a really good fighter. Whereas Arthur Dane, he has one big thing that we know about, where he does Kingswood Brotherhood and then gets killed by Ned Stark. Rubbish. Pate the Woodcock. And yes, I know Hallam Reed is involved, but we don't know how. Maybe he just sort of was like cheering him on, like with some pom-poms. You don't know. But yeah, that's Pate the Woodcock. Underrated. Now, if I was to pick like a Elite 7 Kingsguard, I guess it would have to be this top 7. It might not be, because they're not all... Because if I'm just worried about like being assassinated, maybe I don't pick this 7. But if I'm picking a 7 who is going to... And also you'd want to balance it and stuff. But if I'm picking a 7 purely based on their individual skills across all of the Kingsguard things, being an upstanding citizen, all the rest, this is probably my 7. I guess that's what it works out as. So number 7, Giles Morgan. Ooh. Lord Commander of Jaehaerys I. So Giles Morgan, he is probably he's more of a moral madman. This art by Azrael's art. Giles Morgan. So he has one big feat. Well, he has a couple of things where he does things. He kills Harrold Langward in a trial by combat, for example. Impressive, maybe. He kills a bunch of assassins, women who were trying to kill Alysanne. Not that impressive necessarily. They're just people with knives. More interesting, I suppose, for Giles Morgan is his role as clearly a political, key political advisor for Jaehaerys. Jaehaerys I is a good king in no small part because he has great advisors. He has Septon Barth, he has Grand Maester Benefer, he has Rigo Draz until he gets his head bashed in with a cobblestone because apparently there's kind of like a magnet attached to cobblestones and people's heads in King's Landing. He has all these great advisors, and one of them is Giles Morgan, who is accompanies him on these diplomatic trips, goes to Bravos, Patatas Bravos, does a bunch of things like that, and is also kind of a sort of morally upstanding gent, even if it's kind of directed in slightly unnecessary directions, like at Saera Targaryen and at Lucamore Strong the Lusty. So the fact that I don't really care about that is kind of countered by the fact that Giles Morgan is kind of sort of an ideal Lord Commander. Gerald Hightower is one of them. Ryan Redwine is another. But I think Giles Morgan has did I say Gerald Hightower? He captures a certain leadership element, similar to Gerald Hightower, where you're yes, this is the guy who is setting the example. Whereas Gerald Hightower kind of fails in that sense by then not standing up to Aerys II at any point. Giles Morgan doesn't have that king to stand up to be fair, but you kind of get the sense that he would. Which, and also he's a good fighter, so pretty good. Number 6, the final Jaehaerys, the first one, Joffrey Doggett the Red Dog. It took a lot of restraint not to put a picture of Clifford the Big Red Dog here. So, do with that what you will. But Joffrey Doggett is, again, like Giles Morgan, we don't have a huge amount of stuff he does as Kingsguard, but he, again, like Giles Morgan, who is sort of a moral sort of leadership type. Joffrey Doggett has a fairly unique Kingsguard skill set. I was talking about Arthur Dane dealing with the Kingswood Brotherhood. Joffrey Doggett kind of is the Kingswood Brotherhood. He is the resistance to Maegor, who is living underground, has the support of the small folk, sends out assassins to go after Maegor and Maegor's mates and their loyalists. He is clearly a very skilled, very devious, very intelligent, and very effective military leader in asymmetric warfare, which is not really relevant to the Kingsguard, to be fair, but at the same time, maybe you kind of want that guy on your side, because he's going to tap you on the shoulder and say, don't know about this, mate, could be an assassin in that tree. That feels like, seeing as a Kingsguard, the most important thing that you're really going to be preventing your king from is sudden assassins leaping out of bushes. To be the guy who knows where all the best bushes are to leap out of, it's quite useful. Then there's the fact that, of course, he's rebelling against Maegor the First, and Maegor the Cruel even, and that's a good thing. And then the fact that he then sides with Jaehaerys, and when people are like, oh, he might actually sort of go against Jaehaerys, but no, he sides with me, wants to join his Kingsguard. And he does, he's involved in the murdering of random naked women with knives, with Giles Morgan, which is a plus in this situation somehow. But the other massive thing with Joffrey Doggett the Red Dog is that he rides on a dragon. He is the only Kingsguard to do that. Unless someone above does, maybe. But no, he definitely doesn't. That guy above. Yeah, I mean, Steffon Darklyn, sorry to keep bringing you up, mate, but he tries. Doesn't go well. Joffrey Doggett rides on a dragon. He rides on the dragon with Alysanne Targaryen when they go to somewhere. I don't know. But that is also an indication, because at that point they're like, Jaehaerys and Alysanne need to go somewhere. And like, we're going on dragons. We need to bring a protector each. So Alysanne brings on her protector as, I think, Jonquil Dark? Maybe. Her, like, Swan Shield. And Jaehaerys brings in one of his blokes, and he gets to pick out of all of his 7. Okay, if I just need one bloke to come with me and keep me safe, he picks Joffrey Doggett, the Red Dog. So, I'd say if you're going into the Lion's Den and you need someone who's going to keep you safe from all those assassins, you pick Joffrey Doggett. He's my assassin watcher in my 7. Giles Morgan is like hectoring me from the side, saying, "Oi, you need to execute Lucamore Strong the last thing." I'm like, I don't want to. That's what's happening when I'm king. But now, I'm just going to have a quick sip of my water. Now we're at the top 5. We're into the big leagues. And in number 5, as it's spelt and pronounced, Loras Tyrell, the Knight of Flowers. So, Loras Tyrell is basically Arthur Dayne if Arthur Dayne was not dead, I think, and also didn't have the advantage of a cool sword. He's a great tourney knight. He does lots of tournament things. He's very noble. He's kind of good with the people in the same way that Marjorie is. Sort of. The people love him. And he has a couple of good acts of martial prowess, like slaughtering Robar Royce and Emmon Cuy, the comatose Emmon Cuy, and fighting in various battles, such as the Blackwater. And he has potentially done some silly things on Dragonstone and got himself horribly injured. If he has, then he didn't lose that. He did take Dragonstone, he did win the fight, and he is still alive, and he did kill a bunch of people. If that isn't the case, and he's actually fine, even better. Yes. So I think Loras Tyrell is just Arthur Dayne, but better. Sorry. I mean, he's also arrogant. He's also quite headstrong, maybe. I mean, he did fly into a rage and kill a bunch of people. But, I mean, still, pretty good, isn't he? I mean, yeah, what else is... I mean, the fact that Marjorie wants him to defend her, so it's obviously not all bluster. She would know whether he was actually good or not, and he is actually good. He's pretty good. I reckon he's pretty good. I reckon he's top 5. He's not as good, though, as number 4. Barristan Selmy, the Bold. Barristan also, I think, is joint record holder for the number of kings served. He served 5 monarchs. Jaehaerys II, Aerys II, Robert, Joffrey very briefly, and Daenerys. Now, Barristan the Bold is... I feel I have no qualms about putting him ahead of Arthur Dayne. He is better in pretty much every way. I mean, he does his insane solo rescue mission for Aerys II. And if you're a Kingsguard, that is what I want you to be doing if I'm king. I want you to be rescuing me in an insane, impossible way. That is probably his best feat as a Kingsguard. And of course it is morally interesting that it is also probably the worst thing he does in terms of its actual effect in rescuing Aerys. And that is, it's interesting, but there's different things with. So, for example, Jaime killing Aerys. It's kind of different to say, okay, the king right now is about to kill a bunch of people. What are you going to do? Versus, the king is locked up. He's been kidnapped. It's really bad. Hey, I'm going to go and rescue him. Those are two different things, two different situations, and I think the rescue attempt is justified, especially because Aerys is not as mad before he goes in as when he comes out. And Barristan cannot realistically be expected to predict how mad Aerys is going to get. And Barristan, in terms of his other feats, he's a great knight. I think when he's really young, he enters a tournament as a mystery knight and wins. When he's old, he gets unhorsed by someone, but he's old and it's a tournament, so who cares? When he saves Daenerys, that was the other thing, along with Strong Belwas, from that sorrowful assassin. So, great stuff. And he's really old then. He's Aston Whitebeard. He's still got it. He's a general. He leads armies into battle. He's leading an army into battle right now, as we speak, in the Winds of Winter. And he might die, but he might also not. He fought in Robert's Rebellion. He fought he fought against Robert's Rebellion, and he did lose, I guess, in that he was captured and horribly mutilated. But it's proof of how good he is that Robert Baratheon is like, let's keep him on side. And then he fights in the War for the Ninepenny Kings, and I think he does. But he also fights in the Greyjoy Rebellion. He's vastly experienced. He's vastly good as a Kingsguard knight. There is a little bit of arrogance when he says to those 5 Sansa punchers who are laughing at him. He says, "I could cut through you like cheese," or whatever. Even now. And he does have a cool line as well after that, which is like, he throws his sword at Joffrey's feet and says, "Take it, melt it down, add it to that chair. It'll do more good than the ones in your guard's hands. Perhaps Stannis will cut himself on it when he takes your throne." Something like that. He's got a good turn of phrase sometimes. But yeah, what I was going to say is that it's kind of a little bit arrogant, saying that could kill those 5. It's probably more likely than Arthur Dayne killing the 5 that Jaime says, but not still unlikely. The Sansa punchers, they may not be great, but there are 5 of them. And I guess the only other thing is, politically speaking, he's a bit rubbish. He does abandon his king in Joffrey and goes to work for a traitor, or a rival claimant in Daenerys. That's not great. And then he's overthrown Hisdar. Not ideal. But when you consider how he is basically one of the few honourable men left, how he is, sort of a paragon, a living legend, a brilliant fighter, I think 4th place is well justified and well ahead of Arthur Dayne. Number 3, Duncan the Tall. Now, this is kind of just because I like Duncan the Tall. Of course I like Duncan the Tall. But the thing is, it's not just that. It's the fact that Duncan the Tall, as a person, is very nice, and as a fighter is pretty good at the time we know him in the story, and has a very strong moral compass, as anyone who's read the books or will see the TV show will find. He doesn't put up with people being arseholes. He does threaten to beat Aegon quite a lot, but he doesn't actually do it, so it's fine. And then later on, he does a bunch of other cool things, like, saving people at Summerhall, possibly beating the Laughing Storm in a trial by combat. Good stuff like that. Killing Daemon the Third Blackfire. he's got all these great achievements, and he dies saving possibly someone, doing something really good at Summerhall, whatever that happens to be. And on top of that, he's a really nice bloke, and I think part of the point of him being like a hedge knight who may not even really be a knight properly is to contrast that with how good of a knight he is, both morally and physically. I don't think I need to justify Duncan at all. I think we all know how good Duncan at all is. He's tall, and he's Lord Commander. You see a lot of Lord Commanders at this place. And second, actually, is this person a Lord Commander number 2? You'd think they would be, but I don't know if they are. Yes, they are. It's Aemon Targaryen, the Dragon Knight, a joint holder of the Most Kings Served title with Barristan, and technically more because Daenerys is a pretender and Joffrey maybe not really count. So Aemon Targaryen, the Dragon Knight, is, I think, he is the best knight as determined by what the people in the story generally would think of as a Kingsguard knight. He is a very good fighter, of course. He does loads of good fighty stuff. He's killed some assassins, classic. Other stuff that he does. But also the bravery, the feats of extreme bravery, like carrying Baelor the Blessed on his back from Dawn all the way back up north to King's Landing. The feats of great endurance, fighting in Dawn, stuff like that, all good stuff. And the sort of tortured romance thing with his sister, because of course it's the Targaryens, and then having to defend Aegon IV, despite the fact that Aegon IV is horrible and mean. Like that side of the Kingsguardy stuff, the idea of, my honor means I will defend the Kingsguard, the king, even though he is rubbish. Like that angle of the Kingsguard, the true Kingsguard loyalty that people like Gerald Hightower and Jonothor Darry use to justify them not doing anything, and I think genuinely believe, but do also use it to justify them not doing anything. That is kind of the peak, right? That is the Amaury Peake of Kingsguard honor, because it kind of has to be a tortured honor. It kind of has to be to prove that you're not doing it because it's easy, you're doing it because it's difficult. That is best encapsulated by Aemon, the Dragon Knight. And in the sense that he's a good person, which, again, we don't have much on Aemon the Targaryen, the Dragon Knight. I think he's one who is not in Fire and Blood, obviously. He's only in A World of Ice and Fire and only mentioned elsewhere. I think we haven't had someone like that since Gwayne Gaunt. So there's not a huge amount to go on in terms of his actual character other than what we hear. But what we hear is good. What we hear is good. And I think he would be number 1 in another person's list quite reasonably. But the thing is, so his type of Kingsguard honor in defending the king, in defending multiple kings, in these great acts of bravery in service of kings. Yes, you are a king's guard. You're meant to guard the king. But I think what matters most to me in the Kingsguard is that they embody the best of knightly virtues, the best of the ideals of honour and of bravery and of protecting the innocent and of not being corrupted, not being influenced by various things. Things like the Kingsguard being nice to Dunk. People like Donald Duskendale, they're nice to Dunk because that's just who they are. They're just nice people and to them, Dunk is no more or less important than anyone else just because he's some random peasant. They still like him. And they don't like having to fight against him. And that aspect of the Kingsguard, that sort of that thing that they're supposed to represent, is best represented, I think, by number one. Because number one is nice to everyone and is ultimately, yes, they are in service of their king, but they picked a good king, they picked a nice king. They wouldn't have put themselves in the situation that people like Aemon Targaryen end up in, and by no fault of his own. But they wouldn't have, as Jaime asks this person, what would you do if your king asked you to burn everything down? And I think our character knows what they would do. And that's partly the reason why they picked this king and not someone else. Because that person would not allow the world to be burned. Because they have a better sense of what is right and wrong. Brienne of Tarth, the Blue. The last of Renly's Rainbow Guard. Who goes out to meet her death at the end of Feast for Crows. Who says, when she sees the brave companions riding towards her, she sees there's so many of them, and she thinks she has no chance and no choice. She goes out to fight them anyway. Even though she knows she'll die, she knows it's pointless in that sense, but because if she doesn't, then all these children who are living at this inn, these random peasant children, no one cares about them. They're not royals, they're not important. But Brienne of Tarth, who is on a mission, of course, to go and find some noble girls, Sansa Stark and Arya Stark. But it is just as important to her that she not abandon these random children, as even though she has no expectation of actually being able to save them, it is just as important that even when all hope is lost, even when there is no hope, no witness, no reward to virtue, you must still do it because you're a Kingsguard, and that's what you do. And it's the thing is, it's not even because she is a Kingsguard. It's just because she is who she is. She was not made. She didn't need the white cloak to turn her good, like Osmond Kettleblack maybe did. She just was that way. She just understands, and she already has this conception of right and wrong. And the thing is that Brienne of Tarth is not supposed to necessarily be the be-all and end-all of this is what you should be like, reader. Her and Jaime having these two different perspectives, Brienne's black and white honor-based view of the world versus Jaime, who has this extremely complicated set of things that he has done and reasons why he's done them, contrast well. And it's not supposed to be that one is right and one is wrong necessarily. But I think when you're thinking about Kingsguard and this idea that they have to represent, Brienne is the one who best represents that. Because, yes, maybe sometimes it is the morally correct thing to do to run away. Maybe it is sometimes the morally correct thing to do to betray someone or to do something like that. But I think, so the question that Jaime asks, what would you do if Renly asked you to kill a bunch of innocent people? Brienne, I don't think she answers it. And that might only be in the show, actually. That might not even be in the book. But still, it's still relevant because it's a relevant idea. Yes, there is that question, but I think we know what Brienne would do. She would do what Jaime did. So she's the good aspects of Jaime. Whereas Brandon Swan says to Jaime, I would not do as you did. I would stick by the king even if my brother came through there. Fair enough. But Brienne would do as Jaime did. Not for her family, but because what was right. And she's a pretty good fighter as well. I mean that helps. She wins that tourney against Loras Tyrell and a bunch of other people. That is where she gets the blue cloak. And the thing where she almost gets beaten by Jaime when he has two hands is fair enough. When he has his hands tied up. But at the same time, that's from Jaime's perspective, I think. And I think Brienne is probably not trying to kill him. She needs him alive, whereas he doesn't need her alive. Because she needs to deliver him to King's Landing. So she's probably kind of hamstrung in that sense. So, you know. But yeah, a great fighter. And, you know, I'm bringing in Giles Morrigan for the moralising, but, you know, I need Brienne of Tarth there to kind of have the other end of the moralising. You know, she's not going to be the Lord Commander. We've got like 5 Lord Commanders on this Kingsguard. It's a bit of a mess. But she will be the one who, if ever I am worried as king, whether something I'm doing is right or wrong, I know that I'm not going to turn to, you know, Loras Tyrell. I'm not going to turn to Barristan the Bold. He's going to have some weird view of it. I'm not even going to turn to Duncan at all. I'm going to turn to Brienne of Tarth. I mean, I might turn to Duncan at all. He probably also will have a good... But he might advise that I punch my child in the ears or something. So, and, you know, we're the Sansa punchers we left behind a long time ago. Duncan, come on. But yeah, that's that. That is that. We have had 103 Kingsguard. It's quite a few, isn't it? This video, I mean, it's quite late now. It's not late, but it's late compared to when I started this. I have no idea how long it will be. You will know. I will know once I'm not going to edit it. I'm going to have to edit some of it to, like, cut out, like, some bits, like the bits at the start where I Alt-Tab to unrecord. But I don't know if I'm going to do any audio editing. That is. But yeah, let me know what you think. The trouble with these is that always by the time I get to the end, I'm kind of running out of steam, and I kind of just say, yeah, Duncan at all. I mean, you all know, don't you? You all know. And so I fear that I failed to justify some of the ones I put highest. Because at that point, once you get to like this sort of level, this top echelons, it is kind of vibes based. It's just all about opinion. Which character speaks to you the best? Do you think, when you think of the Kingsguard, are you thinking of Barristan the Bold? Are you thinking of Duncan at all? To be honest, you're probably not thinking of Brienne of Tarth because you forget that she was a member of the Kingsguard because it's Renly's Kingsguard. But when you're reminded of that, you're like, oh yes, of course, it all makes sense. Whereas Arthur Dayne, he's all style, no substance. You know, he's got all the gear but no idea with Dawn. Gets stabbed by like a squirrel that Harold Reed is walking or something. It's just not on. You know, he's overhyped, overrated, underhated. Arthur Dayne. I mean, he's still top 10. Okay, I'm kind of joking. I put him ahead of all these cretins. I put him ahead of Jonothor Darry and Boris Blount. And what do you want? So yeah, let me know in the comments if you want to, who your best Kingsguard would be, who your 7 if you picked 7 would be. Because I don't think I would actually pick this top 7. Because you would pick like a good cohesive thing. You would have Joffrey Doggett as the assassin watcher. You'd have Brienne of Tarth for the morals. You'd have Aemon and Duncan just because they're cool. Probably Barristan. I probably wouldn't bring in Giles Morrigan or Loras Tyrell. I would maybe go for... I don't know. No, actually. Maybe I would go for them. I'm just scrolling down looking at these people. Maybe I'll go for the Great Heart just in case I ever needed a transplant. Because I'd probably be drinking lots of, like, I don't know, heart-stopping beverages and eating lots of heart-stopping foods as king. So yeah, maybe the Great Heart. But yeah, let me know. And sorry about the audio because I'm not going through and editing it. It's going to be like 4 hours long. I can't be asked. Too much effort. But apart from that, thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. Thank you for falling asleep and therefore listening to all the ads. And until next time, thanks for all those things I just said. And goodbye.